नहीं नहीं एक मिनट चलो
Everybody, please settle down. The guests are coming in a while. Everybody, please settle down till then. Shri Akal and Namaskar to all the guests, respected dignitaries of the dais, esteemed faculty members, dear scholars and students. A very warm and gracious welcome to all of you to this historical premises of knowledge, Guru Nanak Dev University. Before we begin the academic deliberations, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Karamjeet Singh, along with our guests of honor, Honorable Professor Mahesh Verma, Professor Gagandeep Sharma, Mr. Amit Gupta, Professor Ghiyen, to kindly come on the stage. I also request Professor Tapan Kumar Sarkar, Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Professor Vikram Sandhu, and Dr. Aparna Bhatia to join the dignitaries on the stage. Before we begin the academic deliberations, I request everybody to stand and cover their heads for Shabad. Now, I request the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for pious lamp lighting. It is my humble request now to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Karamjeet Singh, to welcome our chief guest, Professor Mahesh Verma, with a floral gesture. I request our worthy Vice Chancellor to welcome our guest, Professor Gagandeep Sharma, with a floral gesture. I request Sir to kindly present a welcome to our guest, Professor Felix Guillen, along with Mr. Amit Gupta, Professor Tapan Sarkar, and Professor Now, I request Dr. Baljeet Kaur to kindly welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Karamjeet Singh, with a floral gesture. We are deeply honored by your presence. Your contribution to academia and policy discourse adds immense value to this event. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you to this international conference on artificial intelligence augmented pathways to sustainable development, a theme that is not just shaping industries, but redefining economies, education, governance, and the very structure of human decision-making. We are extremely honored to welcome our Patron-in-Chief, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punjab Ratan, Professor Karamjeet Singh. Thank you, sir, for gracing the event with your benign presence. For the conference, we have Professor Mahesh Verma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, as our chief guest. Professor Gagandeep Sharma from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, as our keynote speaker. Mr. Amit Gupta from Deloitte, and Professor Felix Guillen from University of La Coruña, Spain. We also have our resource person from pre-conference, Professor Tapan Kumar Sarkar from University of South Queensland, Australia. We are extremely delighted to have hosted dignitaries like you all. We welcome the guests wholeheartedly to this land of gurus. It instills a sense of pride in every person here to have gathered in the same town from where knowledge has spread for over centuries. This is such a privilege for us to have gathered from various diversities to discuss on artificial intelligence, which is not just the future, but the very present that we live in. Now, to formally welcome everyone and set the tone for the day, I request Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Head, Punjab School of Economics, Guru Nanak Dev University, to deliver the welcome address. Baljeet ma'am.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, respected faculty members and participants, very good morning to all of you. It is my privilege on behalf of Punjab School of Economics, University School of Financial Studies and University Business Schools to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this two-day international conference on AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development. Which is being organized under the aegis of Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. It is indeed a great honor to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punjab Ratan, Professor Karamjeet Singh Ji, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire academic excellence and meaningful research engagement within the university. We are deeply honored by the esteemed presence of Professor Mahesh Verma Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, our esteemed chief guest for today's inaugural session. A warm welcome to you, sir. I extend a special welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Gagandeep Sharma from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. We are equally privileged to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Felix Guillen and Mr. Amit Gupta, partner in Deloitte. I also extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers and resource persons for different sessions, Professor Tapan Kumar Sarkar, Professor Mandeep Mahendru, Professor Sandeep Ghosh, Professor Raminder Singh Uppal, Dr. Gaurav Talan from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Mr. Girish Rai Chandani, who is Chief Financial Officer and Head of Educational Initiatives, I also welcome Professor Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, heads and faculty members of the departments, faculty members from affiliated and constituent colleges, senior professors, and invited guests. A warm welcome to all of you. I also welcome research scholars and paper presenters who have come from Delhi, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and other parts of the country. I also welcome students of our university and affiliated colleges who are the heart of our university. It is truly a pleasure to see such a distinguished gathering of scholars, institutional leaders, and practitioners with us this morning. Your presence here adds real value to what we hope for a meaningful academic conversation throughout this conference. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thoughtful words. Now, I invite Professor Karamjeet Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Guru Nanak Dev University, to deliver the presidential remarks. Sir, your guidance has been instrumental in promoting multidisciplinary excellence here. May I request you to deliver your remarks?
Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, my dear friend, Professor Mahesh Verma ji, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, our foreign delegates, we have on the stage Professor Felix Guillen from Spain, we have Amit Gupta ji, partner Deloitte, then our own Gagandeep Sharma, Tapan Sarkar, my colleagues, and dignitaries coming from different countries, professors, academicians, and my dear students. Today, it's a historic day for us. Why historic? Because of two things. One, a galaxy of eminent scholars, they have come here and they will deliberate on the topic which is very, very relevant and which is contemporary nowadays. We'll be talking about artificial intelligence. You know that Lord Tennyson once remarked that one may come, one may go. I mean to say that he was saying that you cannot stop. You can stop the marching army, but you cannot stop the idea whose time has come. And that idea of AI has come. I still remember, I mean that when we were students, particularly for the students I am sharing with this idea, that this conference is not only an AI, but we are talking about reimagining economy, society and governance for an inclusive future. See, if we look at the history, Punjab has a rich history. When we talk about 7000 BC, before the urban Indus Valley civilization, there is one, city, we call it the Mehergarh. Mehergarh is a place nowadays in Balochistan. Now that time, that was an early agriculture started and our civilization started from that area. And now we have reached up to the AI level. I must congratulate Department of Economics, headed by Professor Dr. Baljeet Kaur, then Commerce, Aparna, Management, Professor Vikram Sandhu, and besides that, our Innovation Center, Entrepreneurship Development, Professor Balwinder Singh, that they have chosen a topic which needs deliberation, which is at the heart of our today's development. You know that Punjabi conference. There also we deliberated on the AI. And sir, Mahesh ji, let me say something about Professor Mahesh ji. As we are talking about sustainable development, he is a dentist by profession, and he is an institutional builder. You know, if you look at his history, from 4 rooms, a building, he built up 21 floor, probably dental institute. Sir, we really welcome you to this day. And he is so, good that all the important person in society knows him, because he knows how to sustain a development process. And he is most appropriate person for this conference. But one thing which, with his presence I am saying this thing, that he is a great human being also. And this is required from artificial intelligence also. Because artificial intelligence, we need, that enhance the human capabilities. We can have, that last night what we were talking about, there are 4 things which we have talking about. National education policy is also telling about that. One is that we need artificial intelligence which is accessible to all. We coined it up yesterday, that is AI Langar. For my foreign friends, let me tell you that there are 3 things in a Langar. If you go to some Gurdwara or some community, 3 things are very important. One is Langar is accessible to all. Second is everything is transparent. And third thing is that it is a people-centric. This is AI we want. We want an AI, artificial intelligence, which is for the Sarvada Pala, for the Guru Nanak Dev mission, accessible to all. It should be current, should be transparent and people-centric. We came out with the 4 pillars also, on which we want that this university will work accordingly. One is that we are going to give importance to our own Bhasha, that is language also. We want that Punjabi, or for that matter, all the language should be promoted. And AI is a time which we can do it. We can translate everything into Punjabi. Second thing, we want that this university, and for that matter, we were just talking with Professor Mahesh Verma, that we will have a collaboration. Collaboration with all the institutions, even foreign, or we can start with the Internet University also. Because everybody has a data, we can't operate in silos. We have to join hands together in research area and all other areas also. Third important thing is skill development. That is where, because you know that people might say that with artificial intelligence, there is unemployment will be there. Jobs will be lost. But believe me, jobs will be much more. Much more job will be there. The only thing is that we have to change our mindset. Just look at our evolution, how we have progressed. Even when agriculture, this calculator was first up came, there was apprehension that people will forget the tables and forget the basic mathematics. But ultimately what happened? It happened that people, they forget about the basic calculations, mechanical thing. They apply their minds to the logical thinking. They apply their mind on analytical things, sort of thing. And we progressed. Then computer came. Again there was apprehension that what will happen. But believe me, with artificial intelligence, so much things is available. But there are challenges also. One word we use it, hallucination. पंजाबी की गल करिए तो आप कहने हैं कि जेड़ा AI है ना, वो झूठ भी ना बोलता बहुत तरीके ना. They distort the data in such a way that it seems that it is true and correct, we need to have authentic data. Let me give you one example. That some days back, I also started using certain, Chat GPT and other available material. So I was interested in knowing something about Kabir Sahib Slok in Guru Granth Sahib. I put given a prompt to the Chat GPT that give me the quotations, quotes of Baba Fariji. It's a beautiful way. If data is fed properly, in seconds you can get information. But what computer did, what AI did, they manipulated things. I cannot believe, it seems to me that it is the quotation of Bhagat Kabir ji. I then asked him another question, that give me the page number. And surprisingly, AI Chat GPT gave me the page number also. And I still was not satisfied because I have apprehension that this is not the body of Bhagat Kabir ji. When I found out from the Guru Granth Sahib, I could find that there is nothing in the, written in the Guru Granth Sahib about that quote is there. So look at the challenges. We use the word hallucination. Things are managed in such a way that you start believing that whatever is coming out of Chat GPT and these all Gemini, AI and all these things, it is all authentic. Because these are the machines. AI is a machine. Whatever you feed, that will come out. So there is a need that we need to give a authentic data. And here, the role of universities, here the role of research institutes, it comes. Because we have to provide data to the them. This conference about, they have to, they talk about the reimagining economy. You know that real opportunity lies if we talk about the sustainable development. You see that all the SDG, we talk about sustainable development goals, they are somehow linked with that. In every field, AI is, helping out. For example, if you talk about the health, if you are to diagnose the person, early diagnosis is possible from the AI thing. Dr. Sam is sitting over here, he can bear with me. We talk about the predictive care, we talk about the rural access, this is possible with AI. As far as education is concerned, you know that in whatever language I want to speak, say now I want to speak in Punjabi, my friend is coming from Spain, somebody knows French, somebody knows this, we can have a technology that my language can be converted and he can immediately get access to whole of the conference proceeding. Agriculture we talk about, there is a precision farming. We can use the drones, we can use the intelligence that since water is very scarce, how can we irrigate the things in a proper manner? We can optimize our resources. We can talk about the climate, that we can give attention to the climate also. If we talk about the climate also, there are so many is there that how we can monitor, how we can model the things about it. Similarly, as far as the economy is concerned, the most important worry which I am having, which you people are to give a solution to me. Guru Nanak Sahib talked about the Sarvada Bhala. Everybody should be equal. But look at the development model which we are having. Sir, rich people are much more richer. But there is other side also. Many people, they are starving for, they are not having food. So much inequality is there. And I have a conviction that if we gain some knowledge through AI, we can at least, right, at least, control. We can do something with that. Inequalities, it need to be, controlled. We need to be guard against, society also. What is happening? Younger generation sitting over here, we are living in a nuclear families. Family values are eroded in the process. Where are our basic values? Where love, affection, attachment, we are not aware. We have become so self self-centered, it's not a fault of, artificial intelligence, because we need to change our mindset also. The other day, sir, I was reading an article, that we are living in a so much stressful life. How, that AI and all these developments, they can help in de-stressing our mind. That during I was reading some articles, not from AI, but reading some articles, and one article from a saint I came across. He gave a beautiful example, and I think that is applicable to AI also. That what he is saying. Let me speak a little bit in Punjabi, then I will explain in English also. See that our mind is very impressionable. मैं normally कहना है कि कोई बंदा भी, कोई इंसान जड़ा है, वो ना चंगा वा, ना माड़ा है, वो इंसान है. जे किसी बंदे को गुस्सा बहुत आता है, या वो बंदा सेल्फिशली बिहेव करता वा, या सेल्फ सेंटर्ड गल करता वा, ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਦਾ ਕਸੂਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਰਚਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਮਿਲਿਆ. Try to understand my point. That our mind is very impressionable. Whatever is coming with me, if I am living in an environment of love, affection, and helping other people, right, the whole society, मेरी नीचे उदा नहीं बन चुकी. जे किसी बंदे को क्रिटिसिज्म मिल गया, जे किसी बंदे को मौका नहीं मिला आगे बढ़ने का, ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਰੀਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਣੀ ਨਾਰਮਲ ਹੈ, ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਇਜ਼ ਇੰਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨੇਬਲ. ਇਟ ਕਮਸ ਟੂ ਯੂਰ ਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਮਾਈਂਡ, ਇਟ ਕਮਸ ਟੂ ਯੂਰ ਸਬਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਮਾਈਂਡ, ਇਟ ਕਮਸ ਟੂ ਯੂਰ ਅਨਕੌਨਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਮਾਈਂਡ. ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਯੂਰ ਮਾਈਂਡ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਵਾਟ ਇਜ਼ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ? ਉਹ ਸੰਤ ਜੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ, he was giving a solution also, and I will be relating to this with AI also. What solution he gave? He said that let us, for instance, assume that there is you have dropped red color in the water, and whole water have become very red. You want to reduce the red color. What should you do? He said that you add more water, you add more water, you add more water. It will then get diluted, and ultimately the color it fade ho jaga. The same thing is our mind also. If we start behaving in such a way, okay, whatever happened to me, my mind has catched that. I have become self-centered, I have become money-minded, I am concentrating on myself. मैं मेरा ते मेरा परिवार मैं इत्थे आ गया मैं कि मैं दी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. I am something is something the biggest problem. ਉਹਦਾ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ you start thinking ਕਿ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਨੂੰ ਪੋਜ਼ਿਟਿਵ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ, you will start thinking, what is happening in West after lot of research, what is going on, ਕਿ ਬੱਚਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ, ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ ਵੈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਐਡਵਾਈਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ, ਸਵੇਰੇ ਉੱਠਣਾ ਵਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਤਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਯੂ ਆਰ ਬਿਊਟੀਫੁਲ, ਯੂ ਆਰ ਸਮਾਈਲਿੰਗ, ਯੂਰ ਆਈਜ਼ ਆਰ ਬਿਊਟੀਫੁਲ. ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ, ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ ਇੰਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਪੈ ਜਾਏਗਾ. ਉਹਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿ ਇਫ ਯੂ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਇੰਪਰੂਵ, ਟਰਾਈ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਪੋਜ਼ਿਟਿਵ ਫੀਡਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਯਰ ਮਾਈਂਡ. ਚੰਗਾ ਸੋਚਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਬਾਰੇ. Automatically people will start behaving in that way. Now coming to AI, what I am saying, what we want the concept of ਸਰਬਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ. ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਹਿ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਬੜੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ. ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ. ਹੁਣ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੀ ਕਰੀਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਹੈ ਨਾ. We need an ethical AI. We need to feed data in such a way that we should get a right answer. देखो मशीन का कसूर नहीं है. मैं तुम्हें छोटी एग्जांपल देना. Sir, we experimented. What I did, कि we were promoting Punjabi. Earlier we have to, protect the people, press reporter, all these people that साडा खबर लगा दो कितना लगा दो. I developed a strategy. I started having a lot of seminars. And every time we know, I know कि भी किहड़े newspaper तो वो pick up करना ज़्यादा आजकल कर रहे हैं. ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ feel करना शुरू करता कि Guru Nanak Dev University is doing this, Guru Nanak Dev is doing this. Sir, yesterday there was a conference, and Gurpreet Lahal, he is an expert from Punjab University Patiala. You know, Gurpreet Lahal, he confided me yesterday ਮੇਰੇ ਘਰ ਆਏ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਗੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਾਂ ਚਾਰ ਪੰਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਕ੍ਰੌਪ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੌਫਟਵੇਅਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ AI ਦੇ ਕੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਹੈਪੀ ਟੂ ਨੋਟ ਦਿਸ ਥਿੰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਇੰਪਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਤਾ well they picked up the data from types of other sources ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਫੀਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ our name is now being taken by these people you know ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਰੁਪਏ ਖਰਚ ਕਰਨੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਮ ਵਧਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਪੈਣੀ ਬਸ we have to think in that direction and I am very sure that we will so मैं बहुत क्योंकि topic is such it's very close to my heart I will go on speaking like this way but I just want that technology is important but society is more important life बड़ी limited है 70-80 साल के बाद हो जाओगे तो बाद एक्टिविटी खत्म हो जानी है किन्नी की टाइम किन्नी की लाइफ है आप अपनी छोटी छोटी गल्लां वास्ते अपनी ईगो वास्ते मैं ना बहुत एग्जांपल देना है कि ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਯੁੱਗ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਸਤਯੁੱਗ ਸੀਗਾ ਹਰਨਾਕਾ ਸੀਗਾ 4 ਅੱਖਰ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਤੇਤਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਰਾਵਣ ਆ ਗਿਆ 3 ਅੱਖਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਰਾਮ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲੇ ਕੰਸ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਦੁਆਪਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ 2 ਅਖਰ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਕੰਸ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਕਲਯੁਗ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਇਹ ਆਈ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਾਈਨਸ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ that we should use technology ਆਪਾਂ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਭਲੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਸੋਸਾਇਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਈਏ we need innovation but not at the cost of humanity we need knowledge but we want accessible to all not knowledge to few person confined to this intellectual you are all lucky people you are an intellectual thing ਸਵਾਦ ਤਦ ਆਊਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਰਚ ਕੀਏ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਆਇਆ ਦਾ what I believe it solution is that my friends from different countries have come okay we need cooperation we need collaboration global level local level national level we need academic partnerships I want that my sir Messi I have a very good very good faculty energetic innovative and willing to contribute it and believe me that why as a vice chancellor I am thinking on these lines because of my faculty because ਮੈਨੂੰ routine 'ਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ all the conferences they are organizing at themselves I think that number of conferences ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਬਲਵਿੰਦਰ is looking after the innovation research ਨੂੰ entrepreneurship ਵਾਸਤੇ many conferences we have done it ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ head of the family ਹੈ ਜੋ ਵਿਹਲਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਵਿਹਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ then if ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ something I have to do फिर मैं सोचने लग पैना कि आप ऐ कर लिया वो कर लिया तो my think is only planning things policy technology dialogue is must and industry academia I mean that energy and let me before I close one thing let me acknowledge one thing Gagandeep is my younger brother so his better half Mandeep is also sitting over here they are the family members but he is a wonderful person when I was in a college he was also in a college I have seen him progressing I have seen him that going to a very heights this conference particularly I must say that whatever we could achieve it's because of Gagandeep and I think that give a big clap to him for his contribution we want at the end of the day I would ask my coordinators 3 departments they are together Baljeet did a wonderful job she has coordinated everything and I want that at the end of 2 or 3 part of conference you are having you come out with some paper also some output also that we have achieved because we want innovation with inclusion. This is very important. We want efficiency with equity, and we do want intelligence. Artificial intelligence hai. We do want intelligence, but with wisdom. Not blank intelligence we want it. The future will not be shaped by how intelligent we are, but how responsible that our society will become, how responsible we are towards this society. With these words, I once again congratulate my team of organizers, young people who have worked day in and day out to make it successful, and to my students that please, every conference, workshop provides you an opportunity to learn, opportunity to innovate, and opportunity to learn certain ideas to help people. Because remember one thing, अपने चेहरे पे हमेशा स्माइल रखो. I have learned this lesson that if you weep, if you cry, only your mother will cry with you. But if you smile, whole world will smile with you. इसके आप आदत पाइए, इतो सीख के जाना आपको कुछ. इन experts आए हैं, learn something from each of thing and change your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and forward-looking words. We have the distinct honor to have with us our chief guest, Professor Mahesh Verma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. Professor Verma is trustee at India International Centre, New Delhi, and chairman of Delhi State Higher Education Council. Sir holds great eminence in medical science and was instrumental in setting up Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences. Recipient of Dr. B.C. Roy Award, Padma Shri, and state awards from Delhi and Himachal Pradesh, Professor Verma holds numerous fellowships and offices as well of high esteem in several professional bodies such as Royal College of Surgeons in England, Glasgow, Edinburgh, and Ireland. Sir, your visionary leadership continues to inspire everyone. May I please request you to address your remarks?
Professor Karamjit Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guru Nanak Dev University. Professor Felix Gillen, the Dean from Universidad da Coruña, Spain. We also have Professor Tapan Sarkar, another guest from Australia, University of Southern Queensland. My own dear colleague and a very worthy dean of one of the deans of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Professor Gagandeep Sharma, one of my blue-eyed professors of my university. Of course, he joined by his lovely wife, Madam Mandeep Kaur. Another gentleman, Mr. Amit Gupta from Deloitte, again, old colleague and a friend. I see a large number of very distinguished professors and heads of the departments as enumerated by Honorable Vice Chancellor from Commerce, Economics and Management. We have Madam Baljeet Kaur, of course, who is a Chief Coordinator, Professor Aparna, and Professor Balvinder Sandhu also and Vikram Sandhu from Management. And then, of course, I have another colleague from my university here, Dr. Gaurav Talan. Gaurav, nice seeing you here. And then all the other distinguished colleagues, faculty, staff, keynote speakers, learners, scholars, and dear students, and ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, it's a delight for me to come back to my state where I acquired my education here. I spent a couple of years in Bathinda, where my father was working with railways, and my own village is in Punjab itself, district Ropar, near Noorpur Bedi, and always look for an opportunity to come back to, to be as one of the sons of the soil. But nevertheless, this time it was a little bit of arm twisting and a little bit of a subtle threatening by my colleague Gagan that I got to be here. I know it's, you as a head of the university, you have engagements all the time, and sometimes it's just unavoidable, but nevertheless it's truly a great honor and a very, very, very important and a very contemporary and very relevant topic which we are talking about here, and especially, at a university which is named after a great saint, a great guru. I call this city as God's own city, isn't it? They said, we have God's own country, but I think this is God's own city. The Amritsar, the city of nectar, the nectar of humanity. And as your Honorable Vice Chancellor already referred to Sarbat da Bhala, the service, the seva, the welfare of all, well-being of everyone and good for all humanity. Because without all these distinctions, we cannot prosper and we cannot live in peace. And that is what your Vice Chancellor just highlighted, that, I think technology is there, but what is more important is, yours is the peace, is the holiness of your living. Personally, for me, also I think it's a great feeling. It's very symbolic synergy, because I'm a Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh University, and we have a Vice Chancellor. I'm sitting next to him, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Guru Nanak Dev. So it's a symbolic synergy. The first Guru, university which is named after the first Guru, and the 10th Guru, the last Guru. So it's truly a very great synergy, which I am palpating here, which I am feeling here, which I am going through at the moment. And really, because all the Gurus, they espoused, they preached anything which is very ethical, very inclusive, and they always espouse that societies, communities have to be empowered. They have to be empowered. And I think that is what we are trying to explore here today at this conference. And the timing of the conference is very, very appropriate. I feel it couldn't be better because, we just had an AI summit here in Delhi last week, and I think I feel that as the summit concluded and this conference begins, so I feel it's more like a post-summit dialogue. Isn't it? After the summit, here are in some local area, regional area, we're having a post-summit dialogue. And, many a times when you had, when you go for international meetings, like when you go to that forum, what is the forum in Switzerland? Davos. You go to Davos, for all those economic world economy. So when you have those forums, then you have many events which happen on the side of it. We call them a side event, or we also call them parallel event or satellite event, or more, sometimes call them a round table. So I feel that this conference is more like a side event of AI Summit. And I really like to applaud your very smart Vice Chancellor for thinking it and really dovetailing it. AI Summit and a conference here on AI. I think it's a very smart move, and really appreciate him for that. And so I just want to share with you that I got opportunity to attend AI Summit for a day or so. It was hard to get in. There were lakhs of people there, and there was so much of a confusion. But that's always there. But things settled down, and it was. But what I went around and got into some of the halls, and just try to understand what is happening, but everywhere, couple of big questions which were being posed. Will AI create jobs or take them away? I think this was a big concern. And as highlighted by your Honorable Vice Chancellor, he gave a very appropriate answer, also subtly, that you remember when computerization happened in 80s, we all thought, oh, it will take away jobs. It gave millions of new jobs. So I think we should not be worried about that part. And another question which was raised at AI Summit was, will it help democracy or weaken it, democracy? Is it going to make it stout, more strong, more powerful? That was another concern. And will it help the planet? Because we are all concerned about our sustainable world, isn't it? Will it help the planet, or will it put more pressure on it? Will it bring more pressure? So these were some of the questions which, when I went through, and I could just hear and there, but as expected, there is no single answer to it. But certainly, there was a shared realization that AI by itself is very neutral. It's very neutral. It has no connect whatsoever, but it is our intent that decides its impact. And if we leave AI entirely to the market forces, it will certainly naturally chase. What will happen when you leave it to the market? What happens? It will gain speed, it will gain scale, and it will also look for profit. That's what market forces always go into. But if we guide AI with purpose and public welfare, ethics and accountability, it can genuinely become a tool of achieving sustainable development. And that's what your Honorable Vice Chancellor also said, that whatever you do with it, that will be the outcome. Outcome will not happen on its own. It's like in a healthcare, in a medical profession, what we do to the patient, that brings the outcome. So I think very similarly, it happened here, that whatever you do to the machine will give you answer. And your Vice Chancellor also said it's a very contemporary thing. In fact, I would like to say it's a buzzword today. And before I came in, I was in the flight and I just Googled who is knowing AI, because a lot of people are wanting to know what is AI and AI related information. And I was shocked. I was aghast, because in 1 month, in January 26, 89.7 million were searches in 1 month. 89.7 million searches in 1 month. And every month, there is a rise of about 142%. So you can imagine that it is impacting all areas, all aspects of human life. In fact, all departments. In my university, I see that every department is vying with each other. They have a competition. Who is going to talk more of AI in law, or AI in engineering, or AI in humanities, or AI in architecture, or AI in medical? Everybody. They said, "मैं ना कहीं रह जाऊँ, मुझे भी यही के बारे में बात." So this is the amount. This is the humongous kind of knowledge and awareness and inquisitiveness for AI. And of course, we have, your Vice Chancellor said that how we have evolved from a very primitive society, and today we declare ourselves very evolved society. We have evolved, but we've also had a lot of challenges today. Our lives have become better, the quality of life has become better, but we have challenges like climate change, inequality, healthcare disparity. He said that today you are the lucky ones to be in this hall. There are millions who are not able to even reach the gate of this university, isn't it? So there are a lot of disparities, and there are a lot of governance complexities. As the societies have evolved, it has brought in a lot of complexities in the relationship and economic uncertainties. Today, everybody wants to be successful economy. We are, we want to be the third largest economy, isn't it? We want to do that. Everybody's aspiration, we're just trying to leave Germany and want to come in front. So that's a big concern. And so we are all here today, or likewise on some of these events, that we're trying to become a catalyst for that sustainable development, the development in a true sense, in a real sense, and how that AI it should be a catalyst, not a disruption, because he said, your Vice Chancellor said that it could be a disruption if you don't use it judiciously. So, and you're talking about sustainability here. I think sustainability cannot be outsourced to technology. If it was so, then America would be the greatest sustainable society. We cannot sustain it we cannot outsource it to technology. I think it's everyday choices. Each one of us, what we do every day, it must be practiced daily, whether it is in classrooms or in code, what code we use in engineering, or in the policy rooms, or in all our personal decisions. AI has to be there. And if we treat AI merely as a tool for acceleration, we may gain progress, but we may lose balance. We don't want to gain success at the cost of losing balance. If we are very tech-savvy society, very economically sound society, but we are a skewed society, humanity-wise, I think that's no progress. You can't really call it a progress. So, but if we treat AI as a responsibility, I think then AI can become authentic innovation. It can become awakened introspection, and it can become accountable invention. So all AI, and I like to connect it metaphorically, that AI could be augmented institutions. Institutions like Guru Nanak Dev universities, they can be augmented. As your Honorable Vice Chancellor already said, he said that we want to collaborate. Why? Because he wants to augment it, or it could be awakened intelligence. You have to go to the stance. See, he said wisdom, knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is okay, but the vivek, the wisdom, that AI has to lead to that, or it could also be assisted inclusivity. AI, where everybody is equal, where everybody is included, where everybody is welcome. So that's the AI we are looking for, and these days it's a big fashion to talk about carbon footprints, and So, but are we also talking about digital footprint? Because AI is not just happening on its own. AI looks magical, but it looks magical because it speaks fluently. He said AI can be utilized to speak in Punjabi. There's already a software Bhashini. In fact, I was in that session where AI was used by Ministry of Culture. They have a Bhashini. Using that software, any information can be translated to any vernacular languages. So AI generates images, writes your assignments, and even creates avatar. If I want Gagan in a Vishnu avatar, AI can create that. But behind all that magic is the real system, the data centers that consume huge amount of electricity, the cooling system that requires water and energy. So you think AI is really giving rise to a sustainable development? On one side you're using AI, on the other side all your resources, natural resources are getting depleted, isn't it? So there's a massive computational power running day and night, which is needed for AI. So you have to think about it, because when we are talking about sustainable, AI Impact Summit also taught us three fundamental pillars. I just tried to find out what is the inference of the 3 days or 4 days AI summit, and it had 3 pillars. And your Vice Chancellor said about 4 pillars, but AI summit said 3 pillars. That is people. It's about people. It is about progress, and it is about planet. 3 P's. And if you look at it, everything comes in that. And what we can say that technology works best when it works for the people, it works with the planet, and it works towards meaningful progress. So then only technology is good. Otherwise, that technology is no good. So I feel that the AI is moving very fast. In fact, by the time I finish this lecture, there may be some newer model of AI which I just saw it before I came in here. It's moving so fast, and it has an extraordinary potential. It has a reach which is humongous, which no other technology can reach there. And but if we are careless, the same system can bring in a lot of bias. It can deepen inequalities. The equity is taking us away from equalities, and it can exclude those who are already very vulnerable. We are making them more vulnerable through AI. So we have to be very, very careful. I just coined a term called CARE, C-A-R-E. If you have to use AI, you got to keep this CARE in mind. And what is that CARE? C stands for conscious consumption of technology. Conscious, not indiscriminate, not right and center. A stands for accountable algorithm. Thing which is accountable, your computational, are for responsible use of resources. So when we are talking about electricity, water, energy, we have to keep it for future generations. And E, ethical, what your Vice Chancellor raised, that it has to be ethical. And it will only be true AI if we follow the care we bring with it. So dear students, if we really want to keep up with the technology, I think we all need to keep on changing ourselves, learn, unlearn, skill, upskill all the time. Because it's not one time that today you learned it, and that's this one is forever. I feel that, and the most important thing is that never allow you to replace your values, your empathy, your sense of judgment, and because they are your real AI. What is that real AI? Asli Indhan, the real fluid AI. Asli Indhan is your values, your empathy, and your sense of judgment, because that it cannot take away. That is, you have to decide. So I want to say that if AI Summit, because we are saying it's a post-dialogue of AI Summit, if AI Summit gave us a direction, this conference is giving us momentum. It gave us a direction, and your Vice Chancellor is taking it forward. It's giving us momentum. If AI Summit was a lighthouse, and this conference and this university is a ship which is following that lighthouse. And if AI Summit gave us the theory, Shastra, it gave us, then this conference is more like a parayog. It's more like a practical, because they gave us a broad guideline, but how to work on that pathway, and that pathway which we are trying to explore in this conference. कुछ कहना चाहूँगा हिंदी में कि जो कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, वो मानवता को एक नई अग्नि मिली है, एक नया फ्यूल मिला है, और ये बिना विवेक के, बिना विजडम के, ये सभ्यताओं को जला सकती है। और ये धर्म के साथ, ये प्रगति जो है, अगर धर्म के साथ यूज करेंगे तो ये दीपक बन सकती है। और आज ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਚੀਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਸੀ, ਸਾਡੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਧੁਨਿਕ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਐਲਗੋਰਿਥਮਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ। ਤੇ ਵਸੁਧੈਵ ਕੁਟੁੰਬਕਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਫਿਲਾਸਫੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮੰਤਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੁੱਧੀਮਾਨ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਇਹ this is truly a blend of a traditional knowledge and a very modern technology. Finally, Guru Nanak Dev Ji taught us that knowledge finds its true purpose only when it is guided by compassion, dyaluta, humility, humbleness, and a deep sense of responsibility towards others. हमें एक दूसरे के प्रति how we are compassionate, how we are humble, how we are care about each other. And if these values stay with us, we engage with artificial intelligence, then technology can never overpower humanity. So if we are grounded with these values which has been taught us by great gurus, I think AI can never overpower us. So let me, at this time, I've taken so much of a time, much more than what is allotted to me. I'd like to thank your Vice Chancellor, Baljit, and all your team of, as he said, he has a bright faculty, all the bright faculty of Guru Nanak Dev University for for being very thoughtful, for arranging, curating this very timely conference, and not only that, for giving all the love, affection, care. Ever since I have landed here, I've been surrounded by people and given a very red carpet welcome. And finally, shukriya, tanwad, gracias. I think our Spanish gracias friend is here. Kosanam, that guy Hungarian is not come. Shukran. We have Leela here. Shukran. And thank you. And Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and visionary address. To introduce us to the core theme of today's conference, I invite Professor Vikram Sandhu, Head, University Business School, Guru Nanak Dev University. Sir, I request you to kindly introduce the theme to the audience.
So, thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Karamjit Singh Ji, Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Mahesh Verma Ji, a Guest of Honor, Mr. Amit Ji, our second Guest of Honor, Professor Felix, our keynote speaker, Professor Gangandeep Sharma, Professor Baljit, Professor Aparna, dear faculty members, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. So as the conference coordinator, it is my proud privilege to introduce the theme of this international conference titled AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development, Reimagining Economy, Society and Governance for an Inclusive Future. Sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has already explained so much with regard to this area that I have nothing to speak new about this area. So, sir, thank you so much for already being introduced to the audience this theme. Ladies and gentlemen, the global community under the visionary framework of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals stands committed to addressing climate change, social inequality, economic resilience, and environment protection. Yet the complexity of these interconnected challenges calls for solutions that are intelligent, adaptive, and transformative. ਧਰਤੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਾਂ ਵਰਗੀ, ਇਸ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਕਰੀਏ, ਵਿਕਾਸ ਦੇ ਰਾਹ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰੀਏ. So ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence today is not merely a technological word, it is a strategic enabler. It enhances data-driven decision making, optimizes natural resource management, strengthens healthcare diagnostics, promotes precision agriculture, and supports sustainable industrial innovation. AI augments human capability. It does not replace it. It empowers institutions to act as proactively rather than reactively. Dear audience, but as we embrace this transformation, we must remain conscious of ethics, inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. As Sir has rightly said, technology without values cannot create sustainable futures. ਤਰੱਕੀ ਉਹੀ ਜੋ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੇ, ਵਿਗਿਆਨ ਉਹੀ ਜੋ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕਰੇ. So this conference is envisioned as a vibrant academic platform where research meets responsibility, innovation meets sustainability, and technology aligns with human values. Through scholarly deliberations, collaborative dialogue, and critical inquiry, we aim to explore how AI can accelerate progress while preserving ecological balances and social equity. Ladies and gentlemen, as a coordinator, I sincerely hope that discussions and research presented here will not remain confined to proceedings, but will evolve into policies, partnerships, and practical solutions that shape a sustainable and intelligent future. So as desired by our worthy Vice Chancellor. So the conference consists of 6 tracks to be covered in these 2 days. Track 1 will be AI and Sustainable Economic Transformation. Track 2 will be AI-enabled governance and public policy. Track 3 will be ethics, equity, and inclusive development. Track 4 will be AI, environment, and climate action. Track 5 will be innovation, entrepreneurship, and regional development. Track 6 will be AI in higher education and knowledge system. Dear audience, let the conference not merely be an exchange of knowledge, but a commitment to responsible innovation. Let us ensure that AI remains guided by human intelligence, compassion, and collective welfare. Together, let us shape a future where technology empowers humanity and sustainability are shared legacy. So before I conclude, I would request and invite our esteemed guests and delegates to take some time to experience the spiritual, cultural, and historical richness of Amritsar. A visit to Sacred Golden Temple, historical Jallianwala Bagh, vibrant Wagah border, supported by rich delicacies of Amritsar, will surely leave you with unforgettable memories of Punjab, heritage, and spirit. So dear audience, I also invite you to explore our beautiful and dynamic campus, an institution committed to academic excellence, research innovation, and holistic development under the leadership of our worthy Vice Chancellor. So we take immense pride in our university, state-of-art facilities, and tradition of nurturing scholarship with societal responsibility. So thank you very much, and I wish all a productive and memorable stay in Amritsar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for contextualizing the theme so comprehensively. Now, it is my privilege to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Amit Gupta. Sir is partner in assurance of Deloitte, India. With an experience of over 20 years as a chartered accountant, sir is a member of the Corporate Law and Governance Committee of ICAI. May I please request sir to address the gathering.
Thank you. Respected Vice Chancellor Saab, respected Professor Verma, fellow delegates, distinguished faculty, and students. It's my honor and pleasure to stand here in Amritsar. And as VC Saab said, it is not merely the God's own city, it is also a city of resilience and spirit. I think this is one city which, courtesy the Wagah border, has also seen a lot of those, I would say, deliberations and other things. Before I get into my brief talk, I would like to explain one thing which I experienced last year. About a year back, I did a course in Harvard. It was a leadership program over 5 days. And if you know how Harvard's courses are designed, they are case study based. You got to read 35, 40 page documents. And you got to then deliberate and I would say talk about it in your forum. We were a group of 70 partners from our firm in that room. All of us had to slog it out in the night, and then we found a cheat code. Cheat code was AI. Use ChatGPT to create summary, so that instead of 35 pages, you're reading 3 pages. You know, this was a course being run by a professor who has been I would say, director of IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Nanda, and being a Desi, he knew how to catch us. So he said, guys, you can figure out whatever you want from AI, but humanization cannot be done by AI. That is something which is part and parcel of human life, which you can't transfer to a tech. And many years back, many decades back, Mahatma Gandhi made a statement. Future depends on what we do today. So today, as we speak, this statement is very urgent, very relevant. We are living through a transformational and not merely technological, but a civilizational change. The decision making itself is getting changed. The question is not AI will grow, but question is, will it become a decision making augmenter, supporting all of us in our way of working, or it will become more dominant, which it can go anyways then. And you would have seen certain instances of news coming in with regards to Google's AI and other things, which were shut down at a previous period of time. India's graduate employability today, as per the latest skills report, stands at about 55-56%. Nearly half the graduates today are not industry ready. And growth without inclusion is essentially leading to instability in disguise. In this algorithmic business, we have 3 key pillars: data, computation, and trust. Data and computation is more facts driven, which is more something which can be done. Trust is something which is something which can always take the back beating. So that is something which is more fragile. That is something which we all need to focus on. Professor Karmjeet Singh mentioned and spoke about agriculture. Punjab has been at the forefront of green revolution. How you use AI to do it is up to you. We can have AI which is driving, I would say, more intelligent crop water usage. We can have AI which is using predictive analytics for managing the crop risk. All of it is happening. How effectively use it is up to you. Nearly 80% of Indian employers face a challenge, including us. We face a challenge in talent which is AI ready. At this point in time, as we speak, roughly around 4 to 5% of people of Indian workforce is certified or has received formal skill training. So there is a demand to have people who are ready for doing the jobs. The deeper risk is not automation, the deeper risk is unpreparedness to be automated. And let me offer a simple equation. AI into sustainability, into inclusion, actually gives you a responsible prosperity. You knock off AI, all of it is gone. You knock off inclusion, remove inclusion, prosperity concentrates in few hands. You remove sustainability, prosperity collapses. You remove governance, which is also part of sustainability, your prosperity destabilizes. We cannot be a passive consumer of AI. We need to be architects of responsible AI frameworks. If we align technology with justice, growth with equality, innovation with accountability, AI will not merely be augmenting development, but it will redefine the development. May these deliberations that we do over these two days, they will become collaboration. Collaboration should give ideas, and that will become institution for future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. We are equally honored to have with us Professor Felix Guillen from the University of La Coruña, Spain. Sir is Associate Professor at Department of Business, University of La Coruña, Spain, and Coordinator and Faculty of Humanities, UTC. Sir is also a visiting professor at multiple universities like those in Poland, Vietnam, Asia, and America. With research experience of more than 28 years, sir, you inspire many. May I please request you to kindly greet the audience.
Good morning. I hope you can understand my accent. Yes, I have some notes. Okay. Distinguished bid councillors, respected colleagues, honorees West, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a profound honor to be here today as at the Guru Nanak Devi University, participating in this international conference dedicated to artificial intelligence and sustainable development. I would like to express my sincere gratitude of the organizations and for the invitation for creating the space dialogue for reflection and collaboration. Okay, I think that the previous professors spoke about that nowadays we are. I think that we are in one moment in the civilization very important. I think that in the next 10 years, the civilization will be totally different. Total. Why? Because I think that we don't have to speak now about the artificial intelligence. We have to speak about what humanity means. This is the point. My recommendation for the students is they have to study philosophy. They have to study ethics. They have to study humanities. Because the rest of the thing will be done for machines. And the question here is, who will control the civilization? The machines or the human people? I hope the human people. So we have to teach the machines ethic and values. Okay, it's not important. The question is not so far is possible to go to the artificial intelligence if there aren't humanistic values, not ethical values. For me, this is the question, and we have to work in this. And for finalize, because they told me that I have to reduce my time, I will explain something about me and why I am scary nowadays for two things. First of all, I come from a very poor family, and very poor in my country. And I was an entrepreneur. I create companies. I was a CFO in multinationals, Spanish and British. And I worked very hard, and I focus my work in management accounting. Of course, I use AI in the management accounting. I know how power is the management accounting. I know. But for another side, when you are 62, like me, you are going to 63, you have children, your children is adult, and you see the future, you are thinking what you will let the next generations. Now, my point of view on the war is more humanistic. And I told you, I will tell you why I am afraid. I am afraid because some leaders on the world are telling that it's necessary to create a human improve to control the AI. Some people on the world, we suppose in some countries, with some ethical values, but probably is not our ethical values, will decide what happens in humanity because they will control the AI. I know the Americans have a project, China have a project, I don't know India have a project, but for me it's an important topic because, okay, we don't want that the one machine control humanity. So we will put some people control the machine, but just a few people with some values. What happens if the values is not the same values than us? Do you know what I mean? So the only way is humanity, the philosophy, the ethics, our values, and that's all. Thank you for your time. I think I reduced, no? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Now, it is our proud privilege to have with us our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Gagandeep Sharma from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. Sir is Professor of Management at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University and a distinguished fellow at Ludovica University of Public Service, Hungary.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I thought I'll save some of our time and also some of the time of the dignitaries that we have. Sat Sri Akal and good morning, rather good afternoon to everyone here. It's a big challenge. One, to speak in front of two Vice Chancellors from whom we all continue to learn, Professor Karamjit Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of this university, and I'm really glad, like Sir mentioned, that there was a time when we were teaching in some colleges of Punjab University. I was a contractual faculty and Sir was a professor at Guru Gobind Singh College, again Guru Gobind Singh College in Chandigarh. And Professor Verma, with whom I have been associated with for the last 1 decade or so, and I continue to learn every moment from you, sir. And you know it, I'm not saying it just for the sake of it, but I continue to learn every moment from what Sir is showing us. To speak in front of them and to speak after them, it is a mammoth challenge because they have covered almost everything that needed to be covered. However, since I'm duty bound to deliver this keynote speech, so I have made some presentation which is kept in front of the three. No, sir, you have it in front of you, sir, on this laptop. Yes, sir. So, yeah, they have it here, sir. They have it on the back screen. But can you please, can someone please shut down these lights a little bit, dim these lights a little bit? So, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Guru Nanak Dev University, Professor Karamjit Singh, Chief Guest of this wonderful conference, and a remarkable human being, Professor Mahesh Verma, who's the Padma Shri Professor Mahesh Verma, who's an institution, not only an institution builder, but an institution in himself, both of them. My friends and colleagues, Professor Felix, Professor Tapan, Professor Leela, Leela Dagger, who's sitting in the audience. My wonderful friend, Mr. Amit Gupta, my friend from IP University, Dr. Gaurav. And sir, you missed, there are 6 of your PhD scholars also. They're right here. So welcome. And I will just briefly touch upon the key points of this conference and also how academic research can now play its role in AI-augmented pathways to sustainable development. But before that, let me also acknowledge a couple of other people who are important for this. One is Professor László Vasa, who's the Vice Rector of Széchenyi István University in Hungary. His flight got delayed by 5 hours, and he has just got informed that he has landed, and he's now in the hotel, Best Western Hotel. He's being transferred to this place. He'll be with us in a few minutes. So I acknowledge him. I also acknowledge Professor Lucy Benison Chapman, who is the scientific editor of Social Sciences and Humanities Open. which is the partner journal for this conference. And this journal is a Scopus Q1 ranked. So that's a very important position for the journal, and some of the papers that will be shortlisted for this from this conference will be published in that journal. And I also acknowledge Thich Van Vijen, who's the executive publisher of Elsevier, because Elsevier is the honor of Social Sciences and Humanities Open. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just bring to you some important slides, a very few slides, which will bring together all that I need to say about it. Over the recent years, we have witnessed an explosion of work connecting AI to sustainable development goals. Can you go to the next slide, please? Studies in leading journals map hundreds of applications across climate modeling, health, agriculture, infrastructure, and urban planning. And they show clear potential for AI to accelerate the progress on many SDGs. At the same time, these reviews also highlight something sobering: the social dimension of sustainability, inequality, inclusion, rights, institutional quality. They all remain relatively understudied compared in technical education. So the central question is no longer, what can AI do? The central question is, under what institutional conditions does AI actually deepen sustainability, inclusion, and justice? My brief remarks today will build on some of my own research and the contemporary literature to explore 4 pillars of this question. AI, and the 4 pillars which are shown in the next slide, if you go to there, yes. Pillar 1 is AI and governance, pillar 2 is AI and green transition, AI and entrepreneurship, and finally, AI in higher education, because we are talking about AI and sustainable development in one of the premier institutions of this region. So the pillar 1, let me begin with governance, because the way states and public institutions adopt AI will shape outcomes in every other domain. In my work on artificial intelligence and effective governance, I have argued that AI interacts with the state along at least 3 dimensions. These are the 3 dimensions that you see in this slide. First, AI can enhance informational capacity through better communication, better data collection, real-time monitoring, and predictive analysis. Second, it can reshape administrative capacity, automating routine tasks, supporting complex decisions, and redesigning workflows. Third, it can transform state-citizen relations from digital interfaces and chatbots to personalized service delivery. Much of the mainstream discourse assumes that these capabilities automatically translate into effective governance, but they don't. The key insight from governance theory and from empirical work is that AI does not magically fix governance failures. Like you can see here, it can be opaque with exclusionary institutions, and as a result of this, we can reach to deeper dysfunction and bias. But if we can have a transparent, accountable institutions, if that can be combined with AI, we can have more capable and trusted state. But nonetheless, AI will amplify existing institutional qualities. Now, let me come to pillar number 2, in which I want to discuss the green transition, which is energy, environment, and sustainable finance. This has been a major strand of research across different regions and time periods. Contemporary research has examined how energy consumption, renewable energy, foreign investment, urbanization, and institutional quality jointly shape ecological footprints and environmental quality. Across the strands, 2 broad findings emerge. First, energy mix does matter. Economies that transition towards renewable energy and that invest in human capital and institutional quality have a better chance of decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation. Because usually, as we know, environmental degradation is it comes by itself. It's like a dimak seonk, which comes with the water. So when there is economic growth, environmental degradation has been found to happen, but it can be decoupled through the energy mix. That's one. Secondly, urbanization and FDI are double-edged. Without strong environmental governance, they tend to increase ecological stress. With appropriate policies and green technologies, they can be harnessed for sustainable development. Go to the next slide, please. Where does AI enter in this picture? Both the Honorable Vice Chancellors were talking about it, that AI has a key role to play. So those were the used cases. What sirs were telling were the used cases. And what we are to build alongside to reach there is a theory. But that's what is the Harvard style. I mean, that's also the Harvard style of teaching, that you teach the case study first and then you go to the theory. That's exactly how we are progressing in this session as well. So at the analytical level, AI can improve how we model complex energy environmental interactions. Machine learning techniques can handle non-linearities and high-dimensional data. Integrating economic indicators with satellite imagery, sensor networks, and social data to forecast emissions, energy demand, and environmental risk more accurately. At the operational level, AI can become part of the infrastructure of the green translation. We already see AI being used for optimizing power grids, forecasting renewable generations from solar and wind, managing demand in real time, supporting early warning systems for climate-related disasters. Combined with digital finance, which is also our area of research, because this conference is co-hosted by the School of Professor Balwinder is here, by the School of Financial Studies and Entrepreneurship. So AI can also support mechanisms for green credit scoring, climate risk assessment, and ESG analytics. Finally, there is a question of the environmental footprint of AI itself. Professor Verma was talking about it, and very aptly. Large-scale models consume significant energy and material resources. If we are serious about sustainable development, then green AI, that is AI systems designed and governed with explicit attention to energy use, lifestyle impacts, and circularity must become part of our collaborative research agenda. That's where you guys have to do research. You have to take care of this, and I can tell you from my own limited experience that the journals, and I'm glad that Leela, who's the editor of Energy Policy, one of the most celebrated journals in the field of energy, is here with us. She may also appreciate the fact that if we can do these intercolations, if we can bring these things together, then the possibility of us publishing in these big journals grows much faster. Let me quickly come to the pillar number 3, which is again something which is related to this conference as well. Entrepreneurship, resilience, and AI-augmented innovation, which brings us to entrepreneurship and innovation, especially under the conditions of crisis and transition. Entrepreneurship becomes a driver of sustainable development when 3 elements that are in the next slide come together. These are social or environmental mission, institutional support and policy alignment, and appropriate financing mechanisms. Labels alone, and I repeat, labels alone, which labels green, social, impact, do not guarantee developmental outcomes. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you can come to, yes, to this slide, please. The COVID-19 pandemic provided a natural experiment for studying entrepreneurship under stress. Across the extant literature, the scholarship examined how firms and sectors responded to unprecedented disruption. There were 3 important patterns that emerged. Number 1, firms and regions with stronger digital capabilities and innovation cultures were better able to adapt by pivoting to online channels, reconfiguring supply chains, and experimenting with new business models. So, secondly, social and institutional support, policy reliefs, networks, local trust mattered as much as firm-level strategy. Thirdly, crisis triggered what we might call experimentation under constraints, because we also have a tagline nationwide which goes with Aapada mein avsar, that we search for opportunity from exigency, from the disaster. So creative reuse of assets, partnerships, and technologies, often in low resource settings, would help us reach somewhere. Now, there is a crucial caveat. What is that? AI can, go to the, stay here please. AI is now, it can easily produce surface level creativity. So you organized the World Punjabi Conference, I know. Worldwide, there are also people, and because I am a very keen student of poetry, I see that some of the poets are also trying to, create their poetry through AI. What is the risk involved? Same is the risk with creativity in any field, be it literature, be it management, be it education, be it sciences, be it health sciences or whatever. What is that caveat? That AI can easily produce surface level creativity, endless variations of content without the depth of insight, ethics and cultural understanding that sustainable entrepreneurship demands. This is where the idea of co-creativity between the human and the machine becomes important. Human beings and AI systems can work together, with humans setting the mission, values and context, and AI augmenting their capacity to explore options. Let me quickly go to the last pillar of my reflections today, which is AI, universities and AI in higher education. This pillar is very close to all of us here because we are studying the role of universities and higher education in this AI SDG nexus. Universities are not just users of AI, they are intermediaries operating at the intersection of knowledge, policy, and practice. They generate research, educate future workers and leaders, serve as policy advisors, and model institutional governance. How universities adapt and govern AI will have a multiplier effect across societies. Now, I have produced this slide about what we have done as a use case under the able leadership of my Vice Chancellor, and I'm glad that Sir is already here. Under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Professor Verma, we are working to convert all our courses to SLM-based courses that enables rich, free-flowing, and collaborative learning round the clock to build responsible AI literacy among faculty and students. For me, this experience reinforces two lessons. One, universities must experiment on themselves in curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and governance if they are to speak credibly about AI in society. Second, these experiments must be guided by a clear normative compass, academic integrity, inclusiveness, and alignment with the SDGs. Now, because I'm a student of finance as well, I've studied all my life in the field of finance, I also see that the financial sustainability of the universities will also come naturally once we are able to follow this kind of a model. For example, what we have done under the leadership of Sir is that now that we are developing these 400 courses, there are universities across India. Lashlo will be here. He's already, his rector has spoken to us that they want to buy these courses from us by paying all that we can charge from them. So that's how financial sustainability in the universities will happen through, through the pillar of AI. It's not just talking and talking and talking, it's more about walking the talk. Looking ahead, I see at least, please go to the next slide. Yeah, I see at least 3 layers of research and practice agenda for AI in higher education. At the micro level, we need rigorous evidence on how AI tools affect learning outcomes, critical thinking, and inequality of access across socioeconomic groups. At the meso level, we must study AI in academic governance, how we allocate resources, evaluate performance, manage admissions, and quality assurance. At the macro level, we must position universities within national AI strategies, like Sir was mentioning. Both of our Vice Chancellors were mentioning how national agenda is around, international agenda is around around AI. National agenda was around AI thanks to the Global Impact Summit. And then we have these kind of conferences which are bringing AI strategies and SDG roadmaps, including regulation, innovation, and regional development. To come to the concluding part of my talk, Let me close by returning to the phrase in the conference title, AI-Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development. Across governance, green finance, energy transition, entrepreneurship, and higher education, a common insight emerges from both my own work and the wider literature. Technology, ladies and gentlemen, is never ever neutral. Technology is never neutral. AI will not automatically deliver sustainability, nor will it automatically destroy it. It will amplify the values, incentives, and institutions into which it is embedded. If we embed AI in short-termism, opacity, and narrow efficiency metrics, we should not be surprised if we get unsustainable outcomes, even with very sophisticated models. But if we embed AI in value-based education, like you are doing here, I know AI Langar sir talked about AI Langar. I know that you are building a center for AI in the name of for me, he was a very, personally very attached figure. Surjit Patar, you are building a center in his name, I know. So if we embed AI into value-based education, inclusive institutions in a genuinely committed environment for stewardship and social justice, there is really a possibility that AI can help us accelerate progress towards the SDGs. For the community, next slide please. For the community, which means the scholarly community, which is probably all of us who are present here, because that's the real job of me as a keynote speaker, if I am one. There are 4 invitations that I invite you to contribute to the scholarly literature. And if you are able to do that, I can tell you that we are there to handhold you. And your contributions can make way inroads into the topmost pieces, the topmost sources that we have in our world. So across governance, green finance, energy transition, entrepreneurship, and higher education, we see these 4 invitations. Number 1, to economists and finance scholars, I suggest you to deepen the empirical work on AI-augmented green finance, climate risk, sustainable investment, especially in emerging and vulnerable contexts. To the management and entrepreneurship scholars, you need to study AI-enabled business models, co-creativity, and resilience with a focus on MSMEs in particular, and regional ecosystems. For public policy and governance researchers, you would do well to build a richer theory and evidence based on AI-capable, accountable states and digital public infrastructures. And finally, to higher educational leaders and students, we are duty bound to design, test, and share AI-embedded curricula and institutional practices that embody responsible, sustainable, and inclusive AI. If we accept these invitations, then AI-augmented pathways, next slide, AI-augmented pathways need not to be a slogan alone. They can become a concrete, research-based, and practice-oriented project for the decade and decades ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. As a token of immense gratitude and respect, it is time to felicitate our guests. For this, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward. I also request Dr. Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, to join us on the stage. I request our worthy Vice Chancellor to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Mahesh Verma. request Dr. Balwinder Singh to felicitate Professor Gagandeep Sharma. All the students are requested to keep settled down. Please don't leave the premises. I request Professor Vikram Sandhu to felicitate Professor Felix. Gagan sir, kindly felicitate Professor Sharma. My request to Professor Sandhu to felicitate Professor Felix. I request Professor Vikram to felicitate Professor Tapan as well. I request Dr. Aparna to felicitate Mr. Amit Gupta sir. My humble request to Dr. Baljeet Kaur to felicitate our worthy Vice Chancellor. Conclusion of this inaugural session, it is time to express a heartfelt gratitude. I now invite Dr. Aparna Bhatia, Head, University School of Financial Studies, to deliver the vote of thanks. Aparna ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. Shukrana, the pious deed. It's in my share. So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Punjab School of Economics, University Business School, and University School of Financial Studies, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished dignitaries, delegates, esteemed authorities, respected heads of departments, colleagues, participants, research scholars, and students. Thank you for graciously joining us and enriching this occasion with your presence. We are truly delighted to have you with us. At the outset, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to our worthy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Karamjit Singh, whose visionary leadership and vision this synergistic collaboration among the allied departments Punjab School of Economics, University Business School, and University School of Financial Studies, and whose guidance has been pivotal in organizing this international conference. Sir, your unwavering encouragement and support have been instrumental in the successful conduct of this academic endeavor. I feel deeply privileged to welcome and thank our guest of honor, Professor Felix Guillen, for graciously sparing time from the demanding schedules and traveling all the way from Spain to be with us. Your presence has truly elevated the stature of this conference, sir. My special thanks are due to our chief guest, Professor Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor Indraprasth University, for honoring us with his esteemed presence and valuable perspectives. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation for our keynote speaker, Professor Gagandeep Sharma from Indraprasth University, New Delhi, for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking keynote address that has set an inspiring tone for the deliberations ahead. My gratitude is extended towards Mr. Amit Gupta, partner Deloitte, for sharing valuable thoughts with us, sir. No academic endeavor reaches successful conclusion without adequate support and resources. In this regard, I express my deep gratitude to Dr. Balwinder Singh, Coordinator, Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, for the generous financial assistance extended towards this event. Sir, we are equally grateful for your constant mentoring and meticulous monitoring throughout the organization of this conference. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Baljeet Kaur, Head Punjab School of Economics and Director of this seminar, for her relentless efforts and dedicated leadership in steering this event. My thanks are also due to my colleague Dr. Vikram Sandhu, Head University Business School and Deputy Director of the seminar, for his cooperation and support. A big thank you to the entire organizing team, paper presenters, participants, research scholars, students, the office staff, and all those working diligently behind the scenes, whose collective efforts have made this conference possible. I sincerely hope that the deliberations over the next 2 days will be intellectually stimulating and enriching for all of us, fostering meaningful dialogue and collaborative insights. Thank you very much.
So with this, we conclude the inaugural session of this conference, Artificial Intelligence Augmented Pathways to Sustainable Development. Let us carry forward the spirit of Sarbat Da Pala, the well-being of all, to make this world a better place. We shall meet again after a short tea break with our next academic session. Till then, thank you everyone for your gracious presence. All the students remain seated. Let the guests depart first. Students, please remain seated.
It's not working. How to take the Felix? Yes, sir. Please, please call them also so that they can also be seated so that we can start with the practical session. Please announce me because the session is, we are about to start the session. प्लीज उनको बोल दो कि अंदर आने के लिए. Mics, these mics are not working actually.
Hello, hello. Yeah, it is working, I think now. Okay, Gaurav, come here. It's working. Gaurav. ठीक है, Gaurav. If you can ask the audience to come and join.
Actually, I already sent them the message and I'm telling them to please
Hello,
be on
hello.
be seated.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Sorry.
It's fine. Come, come. Hello, hello. Come, Felix. Yes, come over there. Yes.
Sir, shall I start now? Sir, shall I start now? Shall I start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing tea break. We now move to one of the most dynamic and thought-provoking segments of our conference, the panel discussion on Converging Worlds Academics Meets Industry. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, the boundaries between universities and corporations are no longer rigid. Research is no longer confined to journals, and innovation is no longer limited to boardrooms. The real transformation happens when theory meets practice, when research meets implementation, and when knowledge meets execution. Academia generates ideas, industry scales them, and sustainable development demands that both move together. As we move forward in today's proceedings, it gives me great pleasure to recognize the eminent guest whose gracious presence has elevated this gathering. It's a proud privilege to have among us Professor Felix Guillen of University of Kelowna. He is an associate professor of business at the University of Kelowna, Spain, with over 28 years of research and academic experience. He serves not only as associate professor in the Department of Business, but also as a coordinator of the degree in International Relations at the Faculty of Humanities. We also have with us Professor Tapan Sarkar. He is an eminent academic and researcher known for his significant contributions in the domains of governance and policy research. He is an internationally renowned researcher in sustainability, innovation, and climate finance. He has published 5 books and over 100 peer-reviewed works with research cited by practitioners, government policymakers, and international organizations. Next, we have with us Mr. Amit Gupta sir, FCA, who is Senior Thought Leader in Corporate Governance, Enterprise Risk Management, and Business Sustainability. With over 25 years of professional experience in different Big Four firms, Mr. Amit had been advising complex organizations through transformation and growth. His work spans central and state public sector undertakings, large corporates, and non-profits across critical sectors. Further, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Girish Raichandani. He is CA with over 20 years of work experience with the various organizations in the domain of consultancy, statutory audits, legal and compliance, and corporate finance. He has led the finance and commercial functions in startups and e-commerce companies. Next, we are truly honored to have with us a personality of remarkable achievements, Dr. Gaurav Talan. He is working as a faculty with University School of Management Studies of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. He has several publications in national and international journals, along with research papers in both national and international conferences. So it's my honor to invite our distinguished panelist being there on the stage. So I hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Gaurav Talan, to lead this insightful session and the discussion on this panel discussion.
Thank you so much, madam, for the wonderful introduction of all the panelists and also myself. So, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to this session, Converging Worlds, Academia Meets Industry. Now, this convergence is often discussed at various forums. We see a lot of discussions around it, but yet we see that there are a lot of gaps. In practice, it is still incomplete. I'm going to start this session with a small anecdote, a story that I remember from my school days. I was in 10th standard, and we were studying maths, and the teacher just introduced trigonometry to us, and all of us were perplexed at how is it going to be used in our real lives. One of the students stood up. It was not me, but I wish it was me. So one of the students stood up and asked a question. Sir, how are we going to use trigonometry in our real lives? So he was a nice teacher. He explained, see, if you become a pilot, if you become a civil engineer, if you become an astronaut, it is going to be very useful. If you become a musician, then also it's going to be very useful because the sine waves are like the sound waves also. The student said, sir, I want to become an accountant. I want to pursue CA. That's what my ambition is. And another student said, I want to become a psychologist. How is it going to be useful for me? Now, that question was dismissed at that point of time. But it invokes a discussion, it invokes a thought that whatever we study, is it driven by the syllabus or is it driven by the demand? Because universities, curriculums, schools, we see that it is mostly syllabus driven in the past. It has been syllabus driven in the past and also in the present. But the industry focuses on demand. Industry focuses on change, adaptability. So that is where the convergence is there, yet not there. So I'm going to start my discussion. I understand that one of our panelists has to leave a little early because he has a flight to catch. So Tapan, I'm going to start with you with the first question. And of course, then all of us can take up later. So Tapan, you have traveled across the world. We were hearing about your global travels and around the world in 20 days. From your experience, what is the single biggest reason that industry and academia collaboration underperforms in the world and also in emerging economies like India?
Hello, is it working? Thank you, Gaurav, and I apologize as I have a flight, international flight in fact. So, thank you. And our sessions before were so enlightening, and so it took a lot of time, which is very reasonable, right? Because they were better. And many of the things actually covered by the VC professors and other keynote speakers. I like to go directly to the question what Dr. Gaurav was talking about, that this collaboration between the industry and academia. It has started very well in the world where I am currently think so. But remember, it is this world, it is this country, it is this land where we have seen corporate giving. Think about Tata, think about many organizations. I even have some projects with Mahindra. There's a huge sort of, tradition. Then I had a time in Japan too, like Toyota Foundation and all sorts of big industries, manufacturing and different, and they also contributing to research. In my world where I am, big companies, banks, they are investing in as a chair position in university. So they are funding people like me, someone like me to have in the university position to bridge the gap. What is behind is basically we are lacking one of the things that our strategic goal, that what we are achieving. Remember, one of the key things, and I'm a business professor, a business, and we have some here as well who are the owner of various kind. Their main intention and motive is to make profit. Without profit, a business cannot run, simply. And other than the profit, they also like to see that universities, their goals, their research are also aligning with the problems that industries are facing. So here is lying in the key problem. We are falling behind identifying the problems that businesses are facing and also addressing those problems and providing solutions. If we can do so, industries will come back to us and we will work together in a more win-win way. And that's what we need to do. Thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Tapan. Any other panelist who has to comment?
So, yeah, I think if you look at the academia and the industry, there are fundamental differences between the two in terms of what they value. If you look at the academia, what is valued a lot is intellectual depth, what is valued a lot is long-term inquiry and research, right, and peer-reviewed publications. But when we talk about industry, they place a lot of emphasis, like Professor Tapan said, on speed, scalability, and commercial outcome, right? So if you look at these two sectors, there is no natural alignment, and therefore collaboration has to be achieved by design. One of the other practical things that we've felt when we've interacted with institutions is that there is always a disconnect in terms of how do we treat the intellectual property that is created from a joint project, right? The objective of academia is to further innovation and research, and therefore they are very happy in keeping the publications open for inputs, whereas industry, because of their concerns, they do like to maintain confidentiality and provide exclusivity over the intellectual property. So I think that is another area where there is some disconnect.
That's a good point.
And also in terms of the time horizon, right? Because I think education and academia in general tend to focus on work that requires a lot of research, and therefore these are naturally very time-consuming activities and projects, right? They would work on things which may become relevant and important 10 years down the line, whereas the focus of industry today is to solve the current problems, right? We want solutions to the problems you're facing today, and therefore everything that we need when we even talk to universities is based on our current conditioning. What do we value most today? We are unwilling to invest in research, which is also pretty evident that India spends less than 1% of its GDP on research as compared to some of the more developed countries which spend upwards of 5%. So I think these are some of the areas that make collaboration difficult, but of course by design we can achieve that.
So before it goes to Felix, who has been both CFO of a business and academia, I have my own 2 cents, and this is essentially driven by how our course curriculum is designed. We have talked about research, we have talked about incentive model, we have talked about IP. The fundamental root cause is also what do you learn in the education. I went through 3 levels of education. One was school, which was right up to +12. Then the college, which was on BCom honors, and then the professional education, which is my chartered accountancy course. Today, as a chartered accountant or as a consultant, what I use most is is what I have learned on the job, not from any other three. Over a period of time, chartered accountancy has evolved. They have modeled it to more on a management course. But still, if I get a grad from a college within India, and I'm not naming any university or college, but realistically, it is across the board. If you look at the course content, it is very theoretical. We don't have windows of, I would say, on the ground, on the school coaching. Maybe some kind of management education as to what people should do or how they should do. The other thing is, how do you do practical application? Maybe there should be some kind of mandatory internship kind of thing when you're doing a course, which is today missing in the country. So those kind of gaps actually make a person who is coming up from a course not, I would say, not ready to be hired. So that becomes a bit of a challenge. The other thing is the whole bit around research, which Girish also mentioned and Tapan as well mentioned. I think what happens is, bottom line is research facilitates business. If research is not happening right, or not as deep as it should be, it can go anywhere. I heard somebody in the tea break talk about how the research or what can be done to facilitate research. Haven't really seen that kind of research happening other than possibly in IITs, IIMs, and some specialized colleges. So those are the things which essentially bring in all of those differences between academia and industry requirements. Felix?
Thank you, Ahmed. Felix, do you have any point to make here?
You mean the relation between companies and university? Yes, I will explain in my case because I think very well the situation of my university, University of La Coruña. Yeah? And there are some points I have to explain. The first point is we have fundations, private fundations. For example, you know Zara, Zara Closes is from my city. They put every year in my university, I don't know, 2 or 3 million euros. Why? We use this money for grants, for seminaries, for everything. We have around 20 companies. Our actual budget is 180 million euros, and we received from the government around 100 million, and the rest of the 80 million come from companies. They support the university. Why? Because they have tax deductions. They have a lot of tax deductions. Other thing is, it's prestigious for the companies in Spain if you are supporter of one university, and they are looking for talent. Now in Spain we have a very big war. The companies are fighting for the students. We don't have enough students. You have to imagine that Spain is growing in population, 1 million per year. And we don't have enough people. Now we are 50 million. Probably in 10 years we will have, our industry is more strong than our demography. So we need more people. I invite all the PhD students here if they want to study and work in Spain. Okay? We are looking, the most of them are coming from South America. The other topic is foundations. The foundations put money and we organize. The other thing is agreements. In our case, we see a lot of agreements with companies. For example, I was checking before this. I am professor. I was working in companies. In the last 10 years, I assigned agreements with companies as consultant, but the money is from the university and some part is in my salary for, in 10 years, 200,000 euros. No, it's like 20,000 euros per year. But I am nothing because in my university we see agreements around 50 million euros per year. We have patents. The university create patents. Sometimes we made some envelope for the companies. The company pay, and in the university, in our laboratories, we made some envelope from this company. It's like we work. But for me, now, there are I am telling every time bad news, no? But now we are very worried in Spain, I don't know, in India, because we are looking at the big companies, like your company, Deloitte and other ones are looking for to create universities, and then, there are some movement in United States. The big corporations, Elon Musk and so on, they are trying to move the knowledge from the universities to the companies. For me, it's very risky because my father was a tailor, waiter. My father was a waiter. So my man is an alphabet. I studied with a grant in a public university, very good university. This type of universities, private, created for very big multinationals, will be private with a very big taxes. So in Spain we say the university is a social life. You have the same opportunities because our university is for free, you don't pay nothing. The students pay nothing, and the students receive a grant to live in other city. So it's for free, total for free. And the government pay you a salary if you are studying. But what will happen in a one world where is the knowledge, you understand? And many companies are hiring professors, good researchers, and we are worried for this. You understand? This is there are good things and bad things. I prefer to be critical. I don't know if you like my point of view. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Felix. It was indeed very relevant. So just to sum up whatever our panelists have discussed so far, Girish ji highlighted that there is a lack of quality research in India, and rightly so. And there are certain countries which are investing heavily in research and reaping benefits out of it. Amit also highlighted that there's an importance of internship. The students should be having hands-on experience with the companies while they are studying, while they're gathering their education, and they should not go there, just with the theoretical knowledge and without any practical experience. But one of the very important points that Felix raised was the demographic problem. See, the problem that Spain faces right now is exactly the polar opposite of what we face here in India. In Spain, there is a lack of workforce, but the workforce is skilled. And in India, the problem is that we don't have a lack of workforce, but they're not skilled. So that's one problem. That contrast is very important. So talking about skills, we understand that there's a skill supply, that there's a skill demand gap. What industry demands, the universities often are not able to supply, and what universities supply in forms of skill is often not accepted by the industry. So Amit Gupta, one of our esteemed panelists, come from the industry, and on the very top of it, he's partnered with one of the big four firms, which is Deloitte. Sir, are we producing degree holders in Indian universities or problem solvers? What do you think?
So, if you look at the India skill study, which came out a month back, what it says is it is 55% of the workforce is employable. They have relevant education. Now, thing is that is still a government study. If you look at the reality, and I work with workforce which was born after I started my career. Average age of my team, which is quite dominant number, let me not name it, but average age of my team is roughly around 24 years. My age is little more than double of it, slightly more than double of it. Not too old, but yeah. Now thing is, all of these guys, if they go through education only thing, I don't really think I can send them to a client. My client looks at individual, and when you look and see a person walk, behave, it matters. It is not only the study that you do in your classroom, but also your behavioral skills which are relevant. When you open your mouth, you got to be presentable. Merely mugging up doesn't serve the purpose. So that is where the whole skill set gap lies. And on top of it, there is an increase universities focus on specialization. Now, let's say if somebody has done work on, let's say somebody has done computer sciences engineering. Will the guy be AI ready? Not really. It does require you to do a little more beyond that. So in some of the colleges, you see that hunger. You see those adaptations happening, and which is what is driving their higher placement record. While many others, if they don't go that whole hog, it fails. And that is a fundamental problem which is lying in the education system today, and which needs to be curbed if you have to increase that industry affiliation. I hope I have more than covered that.
Of course, Amit. In fact, when you were telling that the government data says that 55% of the students are employable, I was looking at the other side that 45% are not employable, and that's a scary number, right? So, Girish, do you have anything to comment on this?
Before Girish comes in, let me also give you another anecdote. If you look at employment record of people who passed out of IIMs, it is a startling number. Quite a few are unemployed, despite doing all of that. Even from IIMs. So adaptability matters. And this comes from behavioral change. Girish, please.
So at EI we work primarily with schools, and what we've seen, I think we all would agree, is that the focus of the education system, and this is before EI even came into the discussion, the focus of education seems to be to score well on assessments. And those assessments have not changed, right? So at foundational levels, I think there is a lack of focus on building foundational skills, which are very important. Skills where you're able to apply what you've learned to solving real life problems. At EI, what we take pride in is in creating high quality formative, summative diagnostic assessments. And it's met with a lot of resistance because schools, teachers, parents, students themselves don't like to see their marks going down, even if that's the real picture. And that just that keeps adding on as you progress through the education system in India. So there is definitely a supply issue where we're not building enough skills that are required for the world of work. And it is also felt, and not sure if 100% of it is true, but there is some reality that the skills that you're building in our students become irrelevant by the time they complete their degrees, right? Because the world is moving on at such a fast pace. It's also a demographic challenge. India, like we know, has so much talent which is available. But I think the availability of talent in emerging and technology discipline is heavily concentrated in a few cities, in a few institutions of eminence. And the middle layer of the educational system in India, which mass produces talent, is in some ways very disconnected from the reality of the industry. And therefore, when we hire people from campuses, we realize that there is a lot of amount of effort that has to be put in to help them apply some of these skills and knowledge that they have into solving some of these problems. The other problem also is on the demand side, where I feel that over time, industry has not been able to define their requirements very clearly, right? So when I'm talking about requirement,
that's a very important point.
I will, like I said earlier, have a very short-term view to say this is what I need in the next 6 to 12 months to solve some of my business problems. Right? I'm not thinking long-term. I'm not thinking what will be needed 5 years down the line. And because that conversation is not happening, we continue producing talent at scale, which, if adjusted for quality, is then a very, very low number. People who are ready to come in and start working from day zero itself. So I think industry will also have to do a good job in terms of defining what the requirements are and stop glorifying the job descriptions, right? Instead of creating profile for an ideal candidate, we should see, the expectations should be realistic. We should also play our part in working very closely with institutions to make sure we get the talent that is needed for the long term.
Thank Thank you, Girish, for making the important points. See, we have top-tier institutions in India, and then after that, it's mostly a vacuum for the industry. That is a real problem. And even in those top-tier institutions, Amit ji just revealed that the things are not working out. And the second point is that the industry changes so fast. So whatever the employees are doing right now may be different from what they will be doing after 6 months. But we can't change the syllabuses so fast. So now my question bounces to Felix. So Felix, these are you know the picture. You get a little bit of picture of what happens here in India. But you come from Europe. What do you think? The students who are graduating from European universities, are they largely employable, or is there a mismatch? Is there a gap between what they come out with and what industry really needs?
It's other important topic. The situation changed in the last, no very so long, but in the last 7 years. Now, in Spain, we are specialized. For example, now it's very strange when the guy study only economics. We have a lot of specific degrees. For example, we have one degree is management it's just management in fashion companies. Design of machinery industry, engineer. Where we are creating, and when we made the syllabus, we speak with the companies. And the students now the degree is 4 years, in the third and in the fourth year is in the same time studying and working in one company. And sometimes we invite to give some seminaries and conference executive of companies in our university. It's a hard work. For example, I was in this. I was working very hard in this, and because I create new degrees. For example, I create one degree in international relations, but focus in migrations, and we are changing the syllabus, the actual degrees. So the problem that we have now is we don't have enough students. There are more positions in the companies than students, and usually the companies are happy. For example, Sara are very happy with our students of management for example, and we improve other things. For example, I teach management accounting. It's usually in Spain, one student in the second year use SAP, German SAP, because we have a license. I teach the subject with SAP, and they study Python. They know to program and so on. And we visit sometimes Zara, the office, the headquarters, and they see how will be the job when they finish. So we are in very good connections. And now we receive a lot of calls from universities of South America. For example, 2 years ago I was in Colombia, in Bogota, because I am helping them to change the syllabus on some more close to the, because what in Spain do, the South America copy. One recommendation from Indian companies. If you want to make business in South America, the gate is Spain. You understand? It's Spain. And this is the situation. It's not the paradise. It's not the paradise. We are using now, because many people is all are retailed. Because when you want to change everything and the people is more than 50, it's very difficult. Because, for example, in Spain now, I don't put marks for exams. It's not common to put marks for exams. I put marks for projects, for practice. Do you understand? For the exam, the total mark of the subject is only 30%. And it's not usual that I speak more than 50 minutes in a class. In one class of 2 hours, I speak only 50 minutes. The rest of the time, the students are working. Because the students are clever. They can use a lot of things. I let them use the computer. They can use in my case, they can do the exam with ChatGPT. For me, it's not a problem. I let them to do the exam with artificial intelligence. For me, it's not a problem. They have to use the brain, to be creative. You understand what I mean? It's very creative. Many times, now I have Einstein today. It's automatic in the Moodle. The students, I am here, I will not check. They can do the exam at home. For me, it's not a problem. You understand? Then I will have a meeting with them, I will check the exams, I make some questions, be sure that they make the exams. But for me, is that they have to be responsible. But you understand, this is other, but to be honest, many people is not like me. But thanks God, in Spain we have a law, when you are 60, you can retire it, and many old professors are retiring, and the new generation is, in Spain is like me. They have to know to use the tools. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, Felix. Thank you so much for the points that you made. There's a real difference between the demography of what Europe has and what India has, and that has been highlighted. And Felix, thank you for highlighting the example of Zara and the students of Spain, that how these students in the university are assigned grade not only on the theory and the examination that they have learned in the classrooms, but also for the practical experience. Very important, something that we should also learn from. Now,
other thing is happening now in Spain. For example, Sara Colas, it is possible to prepare a specific in the university master for the new workers, and we prepare one master for the new workers, and we invite people for SAP and so on, and the cost is around 16,000 euros, but Sara pay. Sara, with as agreement, is the German style. And now we are speaking with Siemens and other companies, for example, in the case of computer. The way is, one company speak with the university, say, okay, you can prepare one master for these guys because I want to hire these guys. And they have to pass a exam, and it's for free, the master. The company pay. And they have talent. You understand? This is the philosophy. We have some master like this now.
Thank you, Felix, for making that point. Very important indeed. Now, we have Girish from EI, and Girish from EI, I have a question to you on AI. So, since this conference is really driven around AI, artificial intelligence, I would want to also insert an element of artificial intelligence in the discussion, the wonderful discussion that I'm having with my panelists. So, let's start with you, Girish. Do you think AI is a really an enabler or a distraction? Does it meaningfully improve the academia industry engagement or relationship? Does it have the potential?
Thank you. I think it's a very relevant question and something that we constantly think about a lot. I think AI presents both a challenge and an opportunity. And I'll talk about the opportunity that it presents. I think in education, what we can now do with AI is level the playing field, if I can say, for students who may not have access to quality education institutions because of where they live or because of their social and economic background. I think technology allows us to bring quality education, quality content at their doorstep, which we've not been able to achieve, I think, in the last 70 years or so. And even if you look at the format of teaching in schools today, I think there is one teacher who's handling 50 students. It is impossible to pay attention to all 50 students. And that's where technology comes in. I think with the use of AI, even within AI, we are seeing that we are able to now use technology in a very meaningful way to personalize learning experiences for students. And if used well, it could be a great equalizer. But I think what we've seen is that because it is changing so rapidly and everybody is eager to use technology in some way or the other, it is also now creating an illusion of competence where people, just because they're able to produce a document which is AI generated, almost give an impression and form an impression that they have skills, which is not entirely true, because when you put them in a more challenging situation, you see that those people at work and similarly students in schools will struggle. So I think it cuts both ways. It can be a big challenge as well, because if we forego all the foundational skills that are needed and we start exposing our students from an early age to AI tools, then I think we will bear the consequences in the long run, because some of these skills are very important especially in a very dynamic world that we see with increasing use of AI. But I think the great advantage is if we are able to put some sort of a regulation around it to see how we want our students to use AI or what kind of an exposure we want to give. And even when they're using AI, how do we assess their submissions, right? To really understand whether they are being equipped with the skills that are necessary for the future, right? Skills that are important in the world of work. I think regulation will have an important role to play here. But it can work for us if we use it well. And if not used well, if we remain consumers of AI, which is how it has started for us in India, I think we will probably have a big price to pay. So the focus has to be on foundational skills, on innovation, on allowing for research, funding some of those projects and trying to lead the AI innovation.
Good points, Girish. Amit, what's your take?
So, I don't think AI is both an enabler as well as, I would say, distraction. It is not that only one side of the story is good, the other side is as well there. At a foundational level, as Girish said, unless we keep it strong, we will have challenges. Today what AI does, and as we use it in India, it is more of telling it what you want, and it generates an output. Now, thing is, without any governance around it, it will be a challenge. Because you don't know what you're getting. And I was just sharing with Professor Verma that I had to send a ghazal from Ghalib to my wife because she was not very happy with me, with my travel. And it gave some cock and bull couplet, which definitely was not Ghalib. Now, thing is, somebody must have fed AI with ChatGPT with something as a ghazal of Ghalib, and that is what was garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have governance around it, it's going to be a challenge. And you can't have over-reliance, which is a fallout. Because what it does is, it stops your thinking process. You start depending on AI to do basic things. Ultimately, human ingenuity matters a lot. If you don't apply yourself, if you don't do brainstorming, minds will become dull, and we'll get into one of those Star Wars kind of situation, wherein machine does everything, and humans are the donkeys of the place. The other thing, and which is much more critical from a AI perspective, is more around the risk of ethics and plagiarism. Today, I am in a client delivery business. Any single document which goes to my client, I actually run a fact check of AI, that how much of it is AI generated and how much of it is human written. And you can actually do those modeling because you know how each and every team member of yours writes a story. And you can see, and I'll give you one small example there as well. Suddenly, out of blue, I started using AI. I started even typing out my messages to the team on WhatsApp using AI. So it was giving long messages. Usually, my habit is I write 5-word messages, never more than 5 words. Suddenly that became 50 words. And one of the guys in my TV came back saying, "Boss, you are happy with your 5 words, not these 50 words which you are using ChatGPT for." The thing is, every person has a human imprint on how he writes or expresses. AI makes it more, I would say, common and not workable.
That's so very right, Amit. In fact, it is. See, for humans, forget about the software. It is easy for us humans also to recognize whether the text message that has been received is from the AI or has the person written itself. But you know what? Tomorrow maybe you can teach AI how to be more like Amit Gupta and not like AI. Right?
I am trying that.
Okay, so Felix doesn't agree. So, Felix, you were also telling me just a while ago that the Spain has a very unique problem. The universities don't have enough students, but the technology is very well integrated. And also, Felix doesn't agree with Amit. Felix, what do you have to add?
My point of view is not yours, and I will explain my point of view. I want to, I know but many people think like me in Spain and other countries. Okay, first of all, I told that some students of me are doing now a exam. I'm not in they are at home. What happened? We have a program in my university using AI. They are controlling everything of the students at the IPs. And if this computer is connected out of at home, this guy is go out of the university. It's impossible to study more in my university. If you copy in my university, or you have plagiarism in my university, you finish your degree. Probably you can study more in Spain because you have a report. And you can work as functionary public because you lie. And when you lie in Spain is the worst thing that you can do. So they are free and they decide. The question is, I will compare with the singers. When I was young, I went a lot of concerts because me and my wife, at this time my girlfriend, love dance and go to the concerts. Suddenly, they began to record the music. And after this, the singers live alone only for copyright. Some singers told that in the last 10 years, I never gave a concert and won money. What happened? Now, there are Spotify, so on, and the royalties are bad. They have to return to sing. Very big companies, like your company and other companies, no, because there are artificial intelligence. They did copy, paste. They use the technology for win money. What happened now is not acceptable. For example, I made reports, but after my report, I have to go to the court and I have to explain my report. And my report have to be disruptive, nothing similar than other things. So, for me, it's like exams. If one student I make an interview with all of the students. When I return to Spain, they are doing the exam. I will do an interview. I will ask him, okay, you put here, I will print. You put here, explain me, please. You understand what I mean? And if she is very similar, I will say, okay, you don't pass the subject. Okay, the solution, the types of AI is philosophy, creativity. You understand? Like this. The AI is just a tool. Now about the online universities. Now in Spain we are fighting for students because we don't have enough students because our democracy is down. No? In the times of Corona, we developed a lot of online system because our university was presential. Nowadays it's hybrid. So in Spain you have a premium. In Spain you have a salary and you have a lot of extra premium. For example, I have one extra premium in my salary for my research. And we create innovation groups. You have innovation groups. There are a competition. For example, the last year one guy of medicine won a national praise because the virus was Darth Vader, and the doctor and other students he put a video in Moodle for students explain how the virus attack the immunologic system. No, we are working in this. We put a lot of, for example, every week put some videos, new materials, many things new in the platform for the students. I have some minutes in presential, and the rest of the time they are working online. They have self-assessments. They're controlling how they are going. What happened with this? Last week I was in Rome teaching, Unicusano, and it's a small university. They had in the last around 10,000 students. Now they have 100,000 students because they are using hybrid systems. Because now the young people, for example, these girls, probably they will work soon. And the traffic in India, like in Spain, is crazy. And if you offer a master online, it's more useful for them. So we are offering now the masters online. This is we think that they coexist, no? The presential and online, because you have to compete in the market. For example, the universities of Spain now are looking for students in South America. We want to teach degrees and masters because in South America there are a lot of so we will teach from Spain in South America. This is our idea. We will compete with South American universities.
Thank you, Felix, for that perspective that often we Indians ignore. So now, see, we have other sessions also lined up. So I'll just wrap up with one last question, and I request my panelists to be crisp. And because this is just one sentence question, it's also the most important one. So we have discussed so far what universities should do and how industry should also be more receptive, rather more collaborative with the universities so that the students become more employable. But one of the pressing questions is, what should universities stop doing immediately? Not what they should do, but what they should not do. Amit, we can start with you.
So, what they should not do? Not an easy question, but I think fundamentally stop being only focused on theory. Theory is not everything in life, and theory is not relatable to what you do in life. So that's a clear and crisp answer.
Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. I think what we need to stop doing is to stop working in isolation, make certain assumptions about the future in terms of what skill sets would be relevant, and the whole interface between industry and education and academia, which is very transactional today, which is very need-based. I think if we can have discussions and create a structured framework for those discussions, where we are kind of trying to imagine what the world will look like 10 years from now, and what we need to do today to be able to capitalize on what our requirements in the future will look like. So I think being more open to inputs and advice from industry is the way to go forward, I would say.
Thank you, Amit and Girish. Very important points. Felix.
I think one solution we do is engage the companies. For example, in the board of my university, of my faculty, in the board, there are no professors. There are executives of SARA. Invite a people from the companies to be in the board of the university, with the rector, with the departments, and have meetings with them, and they give the opportunities. They speak about. We have a meeting. For example, I am in the commission of quality of my university, because in Spain now is premium because they say that the university, when there are only professors, is very corporative. It's very, no, what do you say? Very. It's no, you find the solution between the same people. It's like you are not. Okay, for example, you have to open the mind of the society. Like, do you have sorry? No synergy. It's okay. You and me as professor thinks the same, but if we have to speak about other topic, one guy is from SARA have other opinion. It's more open of the society. You understand what I mean? So in Spain now, it's mandatory that in the board of the universities there are people from companies. It's like this. I know a lot of executives for SARA. I say SARA because SARA is very famous, but other companies, they give. They are with me in the commission of the warranties at the university. For example, I will tell you one example. One student, we have put a demand on one professor because she thought that she passed the exam and the professor told no. In this case, there are a guarantee court. In this guarantee court, I was me as professor and one guy from SARA. And the student explained us the exam, and finally we decided that the student passed the subject. Some independent people, one guy from the company, because it was about business, okay, because about business, no? And this guy know a lot about business, because it's a business. It was in this commission of warranty. In Spain is normal. And in this case, the companies looks the university something more close. No something, because in many countries, and in Spain in the last, it's like the university is something out of the reality. You understand? Now in Spain, no, it's like something very close to the companies.
Thank you, Felix. So now we come towards the end of the session, and in fact, before we end this one, we already have the next session started. We are joined by Lucy and Tis. Welcome, Lucy and Tis. I suppose that you can already listen to me. And before we take up the audience questions, I welcome you, and just to let you know that it will be 5 minutes more so that we can answer the audience questions on this topic, and then we can begin with the next session. So, audiences are requested to give your questions, whatever your questions are on the topic, and then our panelists may answer that.
Just one question. We have been discussing this topic from many years. Right? Under CSR, the companies are giving amount. Why not something else? If they need something from the academia, that can be a well contribution that, okay, this syllabus is needed, this is needed from the industry. Because syllabus is being framed by academicians, the output is being consumed by the industry. I'm nowadays fascinated by China model. And they are 100 years, I personally believe they are 100 years ahead of us. Experiential learning, the essential skills to make tea, that is being taught. How to, if a tire has been punctured, that how to repair that tire. Some life skills have been taught in the schools. So this means we will have to reorient our thinking. Experiential learning is completely missing from our books and from our syllabus. We are teaching simply what is management, what are the advantages, disadvantages. I think industry need to tell us, okay, this is required, the syllabus must be formed by the industry, and they should also participate in delivering also that syllabus. Some academicians, they should have internship in the industry. The teachers who are teaching to the students, they should learn from the industry and then they should teach. Otherwise, there will be always a mismatch between these two.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Is there any more question from the audience so that we can take them all together?
Thank you for this insightful discussion panel. My question is, like, I second the sir on this ground that I worked in the industry and in academia, but I am a pure academician from the art. So again, my problem is that sir is right when you say that you have to sit in the syllabi and curriculum design. Other than that, what I feel, the examples of Stanford, MIT, who are the you can say leaders among the education, what I feel different there, that the industry people are not only a part of academia, but they are also taking the lectures here. Lectures, and when they design the curriculum, they are not only setting up the labs or the excellence centers, but they are running there only. Like the examples of MIT, the Mercedes Center is in MIT. The center is being run by the Mercedes people, and the students who get out of these centers are trained by the industry and are being hired by the industry. So I'm seeing this gap in our education and industry and academy distance, that first of all the curriculum, the committee does not contain the industry people there. They are not very much interested because the emoluments are not very good in this area. And secondly, they do not want to be a part of this, the teaching the skills over there. So that's my one of the concern in this regard. Thank you.
Very good and relevant questions, sir and ma'am. I think we'll let the industry people answer these questions.
Okay, thanks for these questions. I think these are very pertinent, and I will take it in two parts. One is, why is CSR, there's no expense coming to industry beyond the CSR expense. CSR is old wine in new bottle, in so many words. Realistically, organizations, what they had to spend earlier, they are still spending that. Only thing now it is talked as CSR. whatsoever times anybody joining a fertilizer business had to get trained in the SPIC center, which was developed in one of the engineering colleges down south. And this was formed by SPIC back in 1970s. Now, that was as old as it can get for industry, academia, joint venture kind of thing. In terms of how is it that it can be done, I think all of you gave the answers yourself. You can't work in silos. It cannot be that academics work in a different tangent while industry works in a different way. Frankly speaking, attrition rates in industry are high. Today, if I think of something that I need to get it done, I have a limited time window available. I can't wait for 3 years for things to happen. Like one of the things that I was doing with Ahmedabad University, I actually reached out to the Vice Chancellor that can we have a short-term subset around this, because I need people ready in 6 months. And they facilitated that. This was back in, I think, 8-9 years back. But that was, this being a private university, they could facilitate it. If I ask a public university, it may not be so fast, because you have to go through the regular bureaucratic rigmarole. So all of those things are there.
Thank you, Amit. So with that, we come to the end of our panel discussion. I thank my panelists, Amit Gupta, Girish, Felix, and also Tapan. And I also thank the lovely audience that we have in front of us. And most importantly, I also thank the coordinators, both faculty official coordinators from GNDU and also the students of GNDU. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. As we come to the conclusion of this highly engaging and intellectually stimulating panel discussion, I must say that the conversation truly lived up to its theme, Converging Worlds, Academics Meets Industry. Today's dialogue has reaffirmed that when academic insights aligns with industry experience, innovation becomes impactful and knowledge becomes transformative. The perspectives shared by our panelists have not only deepened our understanding, but also challenged us to rethink collaboration, relevance, and responsibility in the age of AI-driven change. On the behalf of Guru Nanak Dev University and the entire organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelist and moderator. Your wisdom, time, and thoughtful contributions have made this session truly memorable and impactful. So now we will proceeding towards a conference workshop session, and now I hand over that session stage to Harman ma'am to proceed with the conference. Before going ahead with this conference workshop session, it's my privilege to request Dr. Balwinder Singh, Professor of University School of Financial Studies and the coordinator of Golden Jubilee Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, to please kindly come forward and present the tokens of appreciation to our respected moderator and panelist as a mark of our sincere gratitude. I request Professor Felix Galen to come forward for facilitation. Please have a big round of applause. Once again, we thank to all our distinguished speakers for making this panel discussion a grand success. Now we are proceeding with the conference workshop session. Now I hand over the session stage to the Ms. Harman to proceed with the conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished faculty members, respected editors and publishers, honored guests, and dear participants, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the conference workshop of our two-day International Conference, today's workshop centers around a theme that is both timely and transformative: how to get published in the time of AI. We are living in an era where artificial intelligence is shaping not only how research is conducted, but also how it is written, reviewed, evaluated, and published. The academic publishing landscape is evolving rapidly. For emerging scholars, this transformation presents both opportunities and challenges. Therefore, this workshop aims to provide clarity on how to publish strategically, ethically, and successfully in the time of AI. And now it is my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed panel of experts from Elsevier who bring with them global expertise and publishing expertise. First, we have Dr. Lucy Benison-Chapman, Scientific Editor of Social Sciences and Humanities Open, published by Elsevier. Dr. Benison-Chapman has extensive experience across archaeology and social sciences. As an accomplished scholar and editor, she has published in numerous international journals and authored several scholarly monographs. Her deep understanding of the editorial process offers invaluable guidance to researchers aspiring to publish in high-impact journals. We are also honored to have with us Professor Gagan Sharma, Business and Management Editor of Social Sciences and Humanities and Professor of Management Studies at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. With his academic leadership and editorial expertise, Professor Sharma brings a balanced perspective. His insights into reviewers' expectations, journal selection, and publication ethics will greatly benefit our participants. Joining with us is Dr. Thijs van Bleemen, Executive Publisher, Social Science at Elsevier. As an executive publisher, Dr. Van Bleemen plays a pivotal role in shaping journal strategies, publication standards, and innovation in academic publishing. His perspective will give us understanding of how global publishers are adapting to AI-driven changes and what they expect from the authors in this new era. So on the behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to invite Professor Gagan Sharma to please take over the stage and share their insights on how to get published in the time of era. So, the stage is
Thank you very much, dear Herman, and also thank you to all of you who are present here, but bigger thanks to my colleagues in Social Sciences and Humanities Open, Dr. Lucy Benison-Chapman, who's the scientific editor of Social Sciences and Humanities Open Journal, and also to Dr. Thijs van Bleemen, who's the executive publisher with Social Sciences for Elsevier. I hope both Lucy and Thijs, you can hear us. I'm not sure if you can see us, but we can certainly see you. So I think we can begin with this workshop. There are around, as of now, around 50 people present around, and then there are many people who will be dropping in and dropping out as part of our workshop. But I also thank Elsevier and particularly Lucy and Thijs for agreeing to collaborate, because this is now a Scopus Q1 level journal, which is really the topmost quartile for academic publishing. And now that this journal is in collaboration for this conference, we would also look forward to your contributions from that. But I want to begin the session by inviting Lucy for the presentation. Lucy, can you hear? Can you unmute yourself and say a few words so that we can check that you can hear us? Can you just stop this slide share and go to the main page? Can you hear us, Lucy? Yes, you are audible. You are audible. So the presentation is here, but what we will do is that we will let you share the presentation. Can you share the presentation from your screen?
Great.
Okay.
Yes, let me do that now.
आप इसको presentation को अपनी बंद कर दो, वही वाला screen कर दो.
Okay, are you able to see anything?
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see
I
you.
think you see the slides.
Yes, but I have a request to make to you, Lucy, because of the delay, something like 20 minutes delay. May I request that that you and Thids do the workshop, and I don't come in between, because this is let it be only online rather than hybrid. And wherever you need me, I am around and I'm listening to you. Is that okay?
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So,
thank you very much for having us. As has been introduced, both Lucy and myself work on a journal called Social Sciences and Humanities Open, which very quickly developing journal in the sciences and the humanities, publishing a broad range of things. But in AI, or generative AI, and its influence in the publishing landscape. Can we go to the next slide? So there'll be two parts. The first part is more of a traditional work where we will be at submitting a paper to an open access, and more generally what editors of journals look at or for when they see papers that come there, but not too much. And part two will be completely about generative AI in academic publishing, focusing on recent developments, what at least currently would be allowed and not allowed. And at the end, there's definitely time for questions on anything that you like. So I will hand over to Lucy, who will guide you through how to submit a paper to a, in this case, open access journal. So Lucy is a scientific editor working for an open access journal. She sees the papers and she's involved in the decision-making process. So she's very well placed to tell you what the best way of doing things is and what might not be the best. Lucy.
Thank you, Thijs. So, presumably you're all here because you want to know how to successfully publish in an Elsevier journal. And the first thing to do is to decide which of the many thousands of journals that you will initially submit your article to. Crucially, you should think about this before you finish your research and definitely before you begin writing up. There's two main types of journals, open access and subscription. There is also hybrid journals. This is important for authors because with an open access journal, this is free for people to read, but the author or their institution or funder will need to pay an article processing charge in order to publish in the journal. And with the subscription models, The readers need to pay, and so access is restricted to the readership, but it's free for the author to publish in them. Often your institute or your funder will have requirements on what type of journal you need to publish in, and Gold Open Access is increasingly seen as the way forward as part of open science and open academia. Important for you, Elsevier is piloting a geographic pricing scheme, and there's a number of Elsevier journals, including Social Sciences and Humanities Open, which are part of this scheme. And there the APC prices are set according to the income level of the country that the corresponding author is based in. So for those in India, it's classified as a lower middle income country. You would pay just 20% of the advertised APC price. So we're decided whether you will go for open access or the traditional model. You need to think about whether you will go for a broad or specialist journal. So first of all, you should define your discipline or academic subject. So for example, business and management, and then look at your sub-discipline and then decide whether you want a broad or a narrow audience. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. So for example, if you study accounting and specifically a subject which would match the journal here on the left in orange, the relationship between accounting and human behavior. Do you want your research only read by people from that specific sub-discipline, or would you also like other people such as psychologists, anthropologists, and people from other branches of economics and business and management to come across your article or not? You think about the article type, so research, but different journals also invite different types of research, such as so these are all things to think about before you decide which journal to submit to. So once you have all of these, you should narrow down your options by making a list, considering the journals that you normally read or use in your research or teaching, to ask your peers and colleagues of suitable journals for your subject. So the Elsevier journal finder with a small tool, and you can apply all kinds of options. You can paste in your abstract or title, or just type a range of keywords in there, and you will get returned a list of suitable journals. And then the last thing when considering which journal to submit to are journal metrics. These are more important for some fields and universities than others. So it's useful to be aware of these, and these will be advertised on any journal's homepage. These can indicate how reputable a journal is and where it sits in terms of the research landscape. If you're not sure, we advise to aim high, but also to be realistic. And again, consider any stipulations from your institute or funders. So, once you've decided which journal to submit to, as an editor, we really want to see that you have looked at the guide for authors and you prepare your article according to that. So, this should be done before you begin writing. This really minimizes the risk of rejection and also the risk of your work being sent back for corrections before it even goes to review. So you should always check the journal's guide for authors as well as the aims and scope, and note down any important elements. And the main things to consider are the article type. Is it a commentary or a full-length article, for example? And there'll be different guidelines according to the article type. So don't just look at the first one on the list and create it. For that, you see here the screenshot is from Social Sciences and Humanities Open. So full length is 8,000 words. Short communication can be as short as 2,000 words. And there's all different stipulations according to specific journals in terms of the structure, how many illustrations you can have, and so on. So once you have basic so look at the aims and scope in more detail, and also previous articles published
in that journal to see really as the guide of how you should structure your work. And consider, first of all, who you're writing for and why. So this is important in terms of your journal readership. So if it's a specialized journal, you don't really need to put so much background, but if this is a broad scope interdisciplinary journal, then you can't assume that the readers know the basics about your topic. And then again, go back to the journal's guide for authors and then consider components in more detail, such as the length, the number of illustrations that you're allowed, whether those are encouraged or not, referencing style, highlights, and also whether the submissions will be anonymized or not. That specifically will impact your style of writing and the phrasing used. Moving on to article structure, we as editors and also the peer reviewers look for a well-structured article. So here on the slide, this is the most basic common structure for social sciences and humanities. Again, you should check the guide for authors and look at recently published articles in the journal you will submit to. You should pay particular attention to the language that you use. You might have an amazing piece of research, novel questions and insightful results, but you need to be able to communicate that to the audience. So you need to tell a story. Don't make assumptions that the readers know any of the concepts which you're discussing. Be clear and concise, and remember that you're writing not only for other specialists in your immediate subfield, but also for the editor, the publisher, reviewers, and also a broad international audience of academics from other fields in many instances. So be sure to explain the key concepts and theories. And in terms of your sentences, write short, factual sentences. Keep abbreviations to a minimum, as this makes the work hard to read. And also pay attention to paragraph structure. Sure to use paragraph, and a paragraph should have a beginning, middle, and an end. There is a Elsevier Researcher Academy, and this is a useful resource, especially for people new to academic publishing. You can access this from Elsevier. You make a free account, and then you have access to a wealth of webinars and training materials. And there's sections on all different aspects of academic publishing. Most useful is how to structure your article, what makes a good conclusion, how to write your literature review, and things like that. So that's a good thing to have a look at again before you start writing. In terms of referencing, people often panic with this, but there really is no need to, especially if you do things correctly from the beginning. So don't leave it till the end, until you've finished writing up and you're about to submit before you think about this. This is something that you should check again before you start writing, and see if there is a house style or whether they follow Elsevier more paper your way. If they do the latter, then you need to pick one style and stick to that fully, accurately, and completely. If they have a house style, again, you need to look into that. And for most citation styles, there are really useful free resources online which have handy to give you all of the information that you need. The main thing I can say on this is once you've finished writing up and you've redrafted, and before, when you're ready to submit, check and double check, and especially even if you use citation software, check that everything is correct, especially if you're adding or removing sections or adding in citations at the last minute. Then you need to make sure that every source that you use is cited in the list of references and vice versa. Now, making the submission in editorial manager, again, this needs to be done correctly, and the main thing I can stress here is that it takes time. Many of our authors make mistakes with this, I would say easily avoidable mistakes, and the main problem is that people think that submitting will just be a case of dragging and dropping their manuscript, and that's it, and it in 1 or 2 clicks. Really, you need to set a couple of hours and be prepared to save and come back the next day to finish off, because there's a lot of information that you will need to have with you in order to make the submission, lots of different files that you will need to prepare. So often you won't have everything ready even if you've prepared. You'll need to check with your co-authors and come back. So you need to make an account in Editorial Manager, and crucially, even though every journal submission page is very similar, it's a different account for each one. So if you submitted to an Elsevier journal in the past, you need to make a new login. So you can know which email address you use and your password alongside the journal name, and also be sure to check your spam once you've registered. Be sure that you've got the details of all of your co-authors with you and that you've checked with them their most current affiliation and academic email address to be used. Also, prepare in advance all of the files that you'll need. So again, this will vary by journal, but commonly you'll be asked for a covering letter, for highlights, appendices are generally optional, and then journals will ask for declarations such as an ethics statement or exemption letter, declaration of competing interest statement, and a funding statement, declaration of the use of AI. So this is what the submission screen looks like in Editorial Manager, and you see in the middle this list with tick boxes. These are all the different pages you need to go through before you finally attach your files. So you can save at any point along the way, and don't zoom through the pages. Make sure you read the prompts on each page, and there will often be drop-down boxes such as here, the article type, and other times such as where the title is entered. It might be generated automatically. Again, you need to check that that is imported correctly. You can press save at any point along the way, and once you're near the end, you will need to attach the files. Crucially here, you need to select the correct item, and then you need to type in the description yourself, and this should in most cases be the same. If you have many figures, then you can put figure 1, figure 2, figure 3, and so on. And then you need to change the file order by typing in the number next to the file. So covering letter would be file number 1, title page would be file number 2, and so on. And then you need to update, and it will correct the file order and then generate a PDF. Make sure that you do download the PDF and check everything is correct, and if it's not, you can go back to this page here and rearrange the files or change the files. Once you're happy with everything, then you download the PDF again, save that, and make sure that you share that with all of your co-authors so that everyone is aware of what the final submission looks like. And yeah, then just be checking your emails. You can log in at any time to check the progress of your manuscript, and you can also see any past correspondence when you log into your account. So the final section is common mistakes, or how to avoid desk rejection. And good to know is that most of the reasons for desk rejection are actually easily avoidable. They're either technical errors or due to a lack of double checking or rushing the submission process. So if you followed all of the steps I've outlined, then you're already on a good track. So common errors include having the author's names, sometimes biographies, and also photos on the anonymous manuscript file. So be sure to see if your journal follows an anonymized peer review process. Sometimes it's a blind review process, and follow that. Often we see that people haven't read the guide for authors at all, so they are way off in terms of the word count. So often an article should be around 8,000 words, and then we see submissions of 2,000 words or maybe 20,000 words, so that's going to lead to an immediate desk reject with most journals. Plagiarism and incorrect citation practices is a common one, which I'll come back to later on. And then other errors in the submission process, such as not selecting the correct article type from the drop-down list, not a statement, or saying that it's not applicable when you have clearly used people in your research, and that includes even if you've sent out questionnaires online or done interviews, any research involving people which is then used in your article would need an edit for most journals, including any of the mandatory declarations or placing them on the wrong file, such as your funding statement or conflict of interest statement. And lastly, inconsistent, incorrect, or incomplete authorship details. So in terms of the writing style, if you make it through the technical text, sometimes the work just isn't easily understood, and so you might be rejected just because the editor really isn't understanding what you're trying to convey. So sometimes things are covered too sparsely, sometimes the introduction will be just very short, one paragraph, and you go straight into your methodology, and we as the editors really don't know what the research questions are. Sometimes there's just not a clear story, so the authors are getting stuck in many questions or just jumping from one thing to another rather than just focusing on one point and explaining it well. Sometimes there's just basic errors in the structure, so there is no introduction at all, or there is an conclusion. Often we see that the methodology is research and why we should be replicable how you did. And so if you just give us one or two sentences as methodology, then that's likely to be desk rejected. You'll see that a lot of Elsevier journals are really not so strict on the presentation. So in the past, journals used to be very strict and say it needs to be timed-load, double-spaced, specific size of the font and so on. Mostly now we don't ask for those things, but in terms of the presentation, it really needs to be clear. You do need to have some line spacing. Sometimes we see that there's no line spacing at all, and you can't really differentiate between the table and the caption and the main text. Or the illustrations are blurred, there's too much written in bullet points, so it needs to, we need to make it easy for us and the peer. And then lastly, a lack of proofreading. Sometimes there's just so many errors, such as in the table and figure numberings or the section numberings. It will be rejected just because it's very sloppy. And well, if you've made the basic errors in the writing up, and perhaps also basic errors in your actual research too. And again, it just makes it hard for us to read. Now, this is the submission journey from the submission all the way through to the final decision. So when you submit a manuscript to a journal, it's generally screened by the editorial team, sometimes by editorial assistants, and then it will be sent to a specialist editor for more detailed assessment. It can be just rejected at either of those two stages, but hopefully it will make it through to peer review. And then once the review is, the reviewer's reports are received by the editors, they will assess the reviewer's reports and then they will make a first decision. So hopefully minor or major revisions, sometimes it is rejected at this stage if the reviewers point out some major flaws which can't be fixed. Occasionally the editor would say, well, it's promising, but it really needs a lot more research, so they will reject it, but invite you to rewrite and resubmit, a year or so later. So if you get revisions at this stage, you need to do these carefully and thoroughly, and remember that these are important, what the reviewers think of your revisions and also the editor, because if the revisions are not undertaken sufficiently, or if the editor feels like you've really not made enough effort to improve your work, then it can be rejected even on the second or third stage of the revisions. So be sure to read the reviewer's reports carefully, consult with all authors, make the changes needed, and if really a lot more research is needed, you can ask for an extension on the revisions time if you really need to do so. Make sure that you use track changes so that you can easily show the changes that you've made. And also make sure that your response to reviewers' file is comprehensive, so you need to list every comment made by each reviewer separately and say how you have improved the work, or if you don't agree with the comment, you need to explain why not. At all times, you should be professional, and it is fine if you don't agree with one of the comments of the reviewers. Sometimes they contradict each other, and us as the editor will see that. So as long as you explain why you haven't made a specific change, that is also fine. Revise your covering letter when you resubmit, and the covering letter will go to the editor. So you could explain there if there was something you really disagreed with, or if two reviewers were contradicting each other, you could say which one you've gone with and why, for example. The manuscript file must remain anonymous at this stage, and also the response to reviewers file. So eventually, generally after 2 or 3 rounds of revisions, you'll get a final decision. This will either be that your article is accepted, and then you will get the proofs, and you can add in any information which you anonymized. If you are rejected at this stage, of course you'll be very disappointed, but remember that this is very common and it's part of academia. Even the best academics have all been rejected many times. So don't despair at this stage. It's good to take a few days just to kind of accept the decision, but then go back to the reviewer's reports and any comments from the editor and really try to understand why your work was rejected. Follow the advice given. It's good to talk it through with your co-authors, and also if you're a single author, then with some colleagues or a supervisor, and really try to work out why it was rejected. Don't take it personally. Rework and try again at a different journal. And now moving over to Thijs, who will talk about the use of AI in academic publishing.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. Let's go on to the next slide and the next slide. All right, so what is generative AI? I think everyone is pretty aware of this now. Learning algorithms that were based on large language models and effectively generate text by predicting the likelihood of words in a sentence. So this means that the likelihood that large language models will come up with something that's new and unique is quite small, because it's generally based on the information and the text that's already out there. The results are often indistinguishable from human text, and it's getting better and better, but that doesn't mean that the quality of the output is the same, so human oversight is essential. Now with the broad access to tools to leverage large language models, we see a lot of issues coming up. So I'll talk about a few of these. You might think everything that Lucy's just discussed can be easily corrected by just putting your paper in a large language model, ask it to do everything it needs to do to make the paper publishable, but there are some very significant and problematic issues with that. Next slide, please. So we did a number of surveys a while ago, and the questions that people ask are: am I allowed to use generative AI when I publish a paper? How do I tell readers what I have done? And should an AI tool be listed as a co-author? So these are the kind of questions that I'll be answering in the next 5 minutes or so. Next slide, please. So, key concerns in Gen AI in scientific writing and publishing. The sources that the tools use are unknown to the user of the tool, which means you don't really know where the information that it's basing its feedback to you is coming from. These sources might be inaccurate, they might be biased, they might be unreliable, they might be incomplete. obsolete or they might be old, and you would know that because finding out this type of information is very difficult. It's not something that the tools will share because it points to limitations, whereas the marketing for Gen AI tools is that they're unlimited and universally good. There are also some ethical concerns and biases that can creep in, again to do with the data that is used to train the AI models. If these data are either biased or contain information that is ethically unsound, then the output will also contain biased and ethically unsound material. Another issue is copyrighted material. This is especially important for images, and I'll get back to that in a little minute. Then, of course, there's the environmental impact, which is, well, still it needs to be evaluated further, but large language models use a lot of electricity and water to run. Next slide, please. Then, as I mentioned, up-to-date information, so the tools might be trained on 2003 or 2004 data, but not 2006 data, which means that, especially in a scientific environment, all the most recent information won't be included anyway. Then there's the risk of homogenization of content. Because Gen AI models will generally result in similar types of outputs based on information that we already have, not generating anything particularly new. If Gen AI is the only way that content is being generated, then at the end of the day, it's all going to be the same. And then there's also a caveat for scientific writing that not all models are trained on scientific data, so published papers, reviewed papers, which is, of course, more problematic than anything else. If you're asking a Gen AI tool references related to something we're working on and it doesn't know the key references in your field, then how can it ever provide you with accurate information? The large language models are being specifically trained now on scientific content, so Elsevier is also putting out some of these that have been trained on Science Direct data, so a very large database of academic information. That will help, and that the running of large language models on curated data sets might be a good way forward within the scientific domain. Next slide, please. So, what are the benefits? Saving time, improving language and translations, identifying new research topics, which is debatable, promoting research and supporting education, making science more accessible is something that it can do as well. We at Elsevier use AI tools to assist in manuscript screening and reviewers, manuscripts to journals. We also use it on various places in our workflow. So we have generative AI tools or other AI tools embedded in our systems as well, but the output is always checked by humans in the loop. Next slide, please. So what are we doing generally about this, the rise of the use of Gen AI? A lot of organizations, countries, universities have generated policies, and it's slightly a Wild West scenario where at the moment everyone's doing what they think is best, but they're not necessarily all aligned. There is some more alignment happening, mainly pushed by organizations like STM and COPE. So there is, things are getting better, but it's still quite difficult to find out what the best information is to follow. Some publishers don't allow the use of Gen AI under any condition, but most allow authors to use the always needs to be. And all of this quite quickly as the technologies develop as well. Our policies, splitting them up into three for the use of generative AI tools is allowable when applied responsibly and with human oversight. And with human oversight means reading the output of the tool and not just copying it verbatim without checking. AI is not a substitute for human critical thinking because that's not what it was developed for, and authors will always remain responsible and accountable for the content. This is also why AI tools should not be listed as an author on the paper. They're not an author, they're a tool to improve the paper in certain elements. The authors are responsible, so this means reviewing and verifying the accuracy of all AI-generated output. We see a lot of cases now of very experienced authors using Gen AI tools to, for instance, update their reference lists. What Gen AI sometimes does is it deletes all the references that they had curated themselves, makes up a whole list of new ones, and puts those in the paper. So the authors have done everything right, except that they didn't check the output of the AI tool. At the very end of the process, we get this paper, we think the whole thing must be AI generated because all the references are fake, and we reject. So, if any AI tools are used part of the research question, that's perfectly fine because people can do research on AI tools. But if AI is used to improve, write, or embellish the paper, then the authors need to make sure that what has been added or changed is accurate, and they also have to disclose the use of this AI when the paper is submitted, so that we know what has been going on. Then the AI tools sometimes have issues with what they do with the data that you give them. So if you upload a paper into an AI tool, are you still allowed to publish it? Does the IP transfer to the owner of the AI tool? These are considerations that are also very important in academia. All right, next slide. We have 1 minute left, but maybe we have a 1 minute leeway as well. So for editors and reviewers, they're not allowed to upload a manuscript into AI tools, mainly for confidentiality reasons, and also because the editors don't know what the AI tool will then do with the paper that they upload. So they can't upload the manuscript, not peer review reports, not editorial decision letters, and AI tools should not be used to assist in the review process when we ask reviewers to provide their review. If we wanted an AI-based review, we can do that ourselves. We're asking you as a reviewer specifically because we want you to review the paper, not so that you can put it in ChatGPT and tell us what ChatGPT thinks about it. Beyond all of the technical and ethical issues, if we ask a reviewer to review, we hope that they do the review, not someone else. Next slide, please. Figures, images, and artworks. So, at the moment, we don't allow Gen AI to be used for generating or altering images, except where that is part of the research question. The issues around this are copyright, provenance of the images, who was responsible for making them, where did the base content come from, and also you would be assigning an AI tool a role within the publication process where the AI tool can't be held responsible or accountable for the content that they have created. So it generates all sorts of issues. So at the moment, authors are not allowed in any Elsevier journal to use Gen AI tools to create or alter images. Next slide, please. For all these things, you can find policies on our journal homepages. And as I said before, we use Gen AI in all sorts of ways already. So we have Science Direct AI, Scopus AI. These are tools that authors can use to help them in their research projects. But as with everything, output needs to be checked by the author. Next slide, please. So that was a quick run through of generative AI tools, what you can and cannot do. I think the main points are if you use generative AI tools, check the output in all cases, and if you use it in the writing of a paper, then also declare that you've used these tools so that the editors, reviewers, and the readers know what you've done, and they don't have to guess. I think that was it from us. So I'm happy to take any questions if there's still time to do so.
Yes, thank you very much, Lucy and Thais. It was a very insightful and very... I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you unmute me, please?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lucy and Thais, for this insightful presentation. I think it's very important for the young scholars present here for them to understand what we are expecting, not only as a journal but as a publication ecosystem, what we are expecting from the potential authors. I would like to open it for maybe a few of the questions. I know that it is 15:33 in India, which is we are 3 minutes past our allotted time, but we started 15 minutes late. So if Lucy and Thais, if you are okay, if you do not have any other schedules immediately following this, maybe we have another 5 minutes extension to the session. Are you okay with it? Please, can you give me a thumbs up if you are? Okay. So I'm happy to open it for questions and answers for a while. And please, if the participants who are present here, if you guys can raise your hand if you have some questions, and then someone will bring you the mic, or you can just stand on your seat, or you can come here and put a question that you have. I have two people here, Shikha and Nidhi. Shikha, would you like to sit here, and then I give you the screen, and then you can ask. But in the meantime, please, anyone else who has a question, please raise your hand and signal to us that you have a question, and we will bring it to you.
Hello, sir. My question is regarding where do editors set the limit between ethical AI and assistant and misuse of AI?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear.
Okay, I'm repeating. Where do editors set the limit between ethical AI and misuse of AI?
Okay. That's for you, Thais, then.
So where's the boundary between ethical use of AI and unethical use of AI?
Yes, that's what her question is, Thais.
I think it's a really good question in this time. It probably goes. The answer is the same as 20 years ago when we were talking about plagiarism. Where is the difference between using text and misusing text that's been previously published? And the answer back then was, and the answer now is still, if you're trying to hide something, then you're probably not doing the right thing. So if you used a generative AI tool to do something to your paper, you've checked the output, and you're happy to say, I've used this tool to do that thing in this paper, then I don't see, there's not any problem with it. The editors, the reviewers of the journal might say, we don't think that's an appropriate use, but at least you're not hiding anything. So then the discussion is about the science and the content and about what you've done, your protocols, which is always a fair discussion to have. But if you've used generative AI tools for something and you don't mention it anywhere, then you're hiding something, and then that could be misuse of Gen AI tools. So I think it's about transparency. That's the transparency and trust. Those are the main two things.
Thank you very much, Thais, for your answer. We have a couple of other questions. I'm just giving it to the next person who has a question.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela. I'm going to ask a question journals we need to download, we have to use the university Wi-Fi. But the ones who are online, they are actually at their home or at their office. When they want to work, they can't get the papers until they use, university Wi-Fi. So how can we improve that on that base?
Did you get the question, Lucy, Thais?
No, the audio came in and out a few times, so I think we missed the core of the question.
So
are you able to repeat it again? Yeah.
Once again, so she will put it once again, a bit slowly, and I hope you can get it.
Yeah, something about Wi-Fi, that's what we heard.
My question is on policy base. For mostly on the online scholars, most of them when they have to work, we cannot download papers until we use university Wi-Fi. So how can we improve that for the ones who are actually online? Like someone is at home, he needs to write a journal, but the journal cannot be accessed.
This is the question about the access actually. That it's more about the open access, the challenges with the subscription-based model. I think it's an interesting question, Lucy, maybe you or Thais. I think it's important for us to give reflections to this, particularly in countries like India, where we are seeing that the open access is still, quite restricted, because only the universities, some of the universities are supporting the open access, not everyone. Although India has signed a One Nation, One Subscription scheme, we are launching a plan under which we will be making it open to most of the universities, but as of now, people are facing the challenges.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the open access model of publishing would resolve those issues, because then there are no boundaries or barriers to access. But for subscription journals, because we need to verify whether the person has a subscription to a journal or a paper or not, that's why there is a requirement for someone who wants to read something to log into their university server to get access. At the moment, there is no easy way around that. As employees of Elsevier, we have access to everything, but then if I switch off my, let's say, the system that recognizes me as an Elsevier person, I have access to nothing anymore, only open access papers.
Yeah.
So
I can supplement your answer by telling that the government of India has, like I said, they have formalized a scheme called One Nation, One Subscription. As part of that, India as a country will subscribe to most of the open access sources, including Elsevier's sources. So this problem will not exist in the times to come, but as of now, for sure, there is this problem, and I think we have to live with it. That's what we are indicating, right? We have one more question, but in the meantime, please, if there is any other question after this, please signal to us so that we can come to you. Else, this will be the last question for this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for Lucy, that since you mentioned that there is a 40 to 80% chances of paper getting rejected, apart from the common mistakes, what are the major red flags to be noticed by author? And what are the major topics that you as a publisher are highly waiting that authors should write on?
Thank you very much. I would say in terms of the major topics, Elsevier is a huge publisher with thousands of journals, so that really varies according to your journal and your discipline. And some journals, they really want the most recent groundbreaking research, and then other journals are happy to accept research within the aims and scope of the journal. It doesn't need to be something novel and groundbreaking. So really that's where the journal care comes in, and the journal rankings. So for example, Social Sciences and Humanities Open, we are a sound science journal, so this means that as long as your research has been in an ethical way and it's well researched, well written up, we will consider it. It doesn't need to be like a groundbreaking study never done before. We also accept small studies. So if you do a study with a very small sample or just looking at a small area, we even will take a village-based study. This can be interesting as well. And so it doesn't need to be that you have surveyed people all over the world and your survey base is thousands of people. So this is why my journal in particular is good for academics starting out. Second question about the rejection rate. I think the main problem really is people submitting either to the wrong journal. So basically their research does not match with the aims and scope of the journal. So you need to really match what your research level is and also the scope and so on with what the journal wants. So that's why I said really you need to consider what journal you will submit to before you actually do the research or you start writing out. So you really need to target your work to a specific journal. So again, if you're rejected and you submit to another journal, then most of the time, it's not good that you just take the work and move it over. You should do some rewriting and do improvements first of all. Otherwise, really, it's mostly just common mistakes or otherwise ethical problems. So plagiarism is not so much of an issue nowadays, but sometimes we do still see where people have copied and pasted. And a lot of the time it's, I would say it's unintentional plagiarism, but we still have to reject that because we will see that they'll be an early career scholar and they will copy and paste paragraphs. They'll put a citation, but still they have literally word for word copied someone else's work and not represented it as a direct quote. That still counts as plagiarism. So I think it's more like a understanding of what plagiarism is. So that's where the Researcher Academy resources are useful. Likewise, with the ethics statement, if you do research which requires an ethics statement, but you submit and you tell us you didn't take this into account because you didn't think that you needed to, then your work has to also be rejected. So that's why I say most of the time rejection is unavoidable. Most of the time it's not because the work is very bad. I mean, sometimes the work is just very poor quality. But most of the time they are avoidable mistakes. I would say as well, if you're an early career researcher, really do let your classmates read your work or your supervisor give you pointers to make sure it's up to a good standard before you submit.
Thank you very much, Lucy and Thais. I think we had a very interesting workshop because there's a lot of interest in people from emerging countries, including India, to publish in journals like Social Sciences and Humanities Open, which has progressed like anything in the past few years. And thank you also for associating with this conference. I am, as part of the organizing team, I'm really grateful to you. And as part of SSHO team, I'm also grateful to this conference for letting us an opportunity to collaborate with you. So thank you very much, everyone, and we stay in touch. We say goodbye to both Lucy and Thais for now, and we continue in the physical mode, the workshop and the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If they have any paper presenter, they may reach at the designated hall immediately. We want to start, and the paper presenter may see the list and section 1A, B, A यहाँ है, B कमेटी रूम में है, C काउंटर जल्दी आ और जिन्होंने खाना नहीं खाया जल्दी खा के immediately
राती आ जाना कोई गल नहीं चंगा तो मैं देना
ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਾਕਾ ਕਾਹਦਾ ਫਰੇਮ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਵਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਮਿੰਗ ਸੂਨ ਉਸਲੇ ਦਾ ਚੱਲਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਮਿੰਗ ਸੂਨ ਲਾਤਾ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਬੰਦ ਕਰੋ
Scholars and participants. On the behalf of organizing committee, I, Dr. Randeep Kaur, feel privileged to welcome you all to technical session dedicated to the theme AI and Sustainable Economic Transformation. In today's rapidly evolving global economy, artificial intelligence is playing a transformative role in reshaping industries, financial system, labor market, and sustainable development pathways. From green finance and digital banking to supply chain optimization and sustainable employability, AI is emerging as powerful catalyst for economic resilience and inclusive growth. This session brings together distinguished scholars whose research critically examine how AI-driven innovation can enhance productivity, support environmental sustainability, strengthen financial system, and foster long-term economic transformation. The discussion today aims to explore both opportunities and challenges of integrating AI into sustainable economic frameworks. It is now my privilege to introduce the chair for this session, Dr. Minder Singh Uppal sir. Dr. Minder Singh Uppal is a professor of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Baba Banda Singh Bahadur Engineering College, Fatehgarh Sahib, with over 30 years of academic experience. He serves as Dean Industrial Relations and has headed the Department of ECE and CSE. He holds a doctorate in soft computing from IKG Punjab Technical University and MTech from NIT Kurukshetra and BTech from Guru Nanak Dev University. He has presented research at international conferences in Canada, Australia, Germany, and Bhutan, and was a member of an international research group in neural networks. He has published 27 research papers in reputed journals and conferences and has guided numerous postgraduate theses and research projects. He has received research grant from DST and AICT, New Delhi for various academic projects. He is a recipient of the prestigious DART Scholarship. An expert in human values, he completed an online master program in psychology 2023 and actively works with an NGO supporting Punjabi youth in leveraging technology for agriculture entrepreneurship. Sir, we are honored to have you as the session chair. We are also privileged to have Dr. Gurpreet Kaur Randhawa, Professor, University Business School, Guru Nanak Dev University, as the session's co-chair. With this, I formally hand over the proceeding of technical session to our esteemed chair, Dr. Minder Singh Uppal sir, to conduct the paper presentation and discussions. Sir, the session is now yours.
Thanks, dear. Without losing any time, so we come to the point of the track 1, AI and sustainable economic transformation. We like to call the first speaker. This is a paper by Mukesh Agarwal, Sarika Agarwal, and Geeta Agarwal. AI, skill proficiency and sustainable employability. So we request all the presenters here to focus on the main area, that is the objective, why they want to go ahead with this on this paper, and the key findings or conclusion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected chair, dignity, scholars and fellow researchers. I am Dr. Sarika Agarwal and today I am presenting my research title is Artificial Intelligence Skills, Career and Reliances and Sustainable Employability, a structure equations modeling study of postgraduate and doctorate students. आज का युवा केवल नौकरी ढूंढने वाला नहीं बल्कि भविष्य का ज्ञान निर्माता है, लेकिन सवाल यह है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के युग में यह ज्ञान कितना टिकाऊ है. Now start my the topic. This study investigation how artificial intelligence skill influence sustainable employability among postgraduate and doctorate students in North Indian Central University with career reliance and lifelong learning as mandatory variables. Using a structural equations modeling on data collections from 350 plus research scholars, the findings relevant that AI skills, sustainable employability, both directly and indirectly career reliances, acts as a philosophical guidelines that converted technical components into a long-term career successes. While lifelong learning orientation ensures continuous relevance in the evolving digital labor market, the study integrates human capital theory with Indian civilizations concepts such as Nitya, Abhyas and Karma Yogi, highlights and adapting and continuous learning are timeless career vultures. Policies implications suggest to integrate AI based on research methodology and training into a higher education curriculum under NEP 2020 and Skill India artificial intelligence skills, career relevance, and lifelong learning orientation jointly determine sustainable employability. Among research scholars in the digital area, employability is not a sustainable outcome, but a dynamic and involving the capability. University must therefore transform from the degree avoiding the institute into fortune-ready human capital incubated by technological competence with physiological adapting any civilization wisdom. India can develop a knowledge workforce for the AI-driven economy. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के युग में टिकाऊ करियर बुद्धिमान लोगों का नहीं बल्कि सीखते रहने वाले और अनुकूलशील लोगों का ही होता है. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. Our next presentation is by Shagunpreet Kaur on AI in sustainable finance. Kindly all note, please introduce first of all yourself, then come to your topic.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected panel members and everyone present here. My name is Shagunpreet Kaur and I'm currently pursuing my MBA in Finance from University School of Business Financial Studies, Guru Nanak Dev University. Before I begin, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to our mentors and organizers for this wonderful opportunity to be able to present here today. Also, since this is an afternoon session, I'll keep this presentation brief enough to compete with the afternoon energy levels. Now, let me begin with a very simple question. If climate change is one of the biggest risks to our economy, is our financial system intelligent enough to handle it? That question forms the foundation of our research today. May I request the next slide, please? Slide number 2. We all know that climate change is no longer just an environmental issue, but now it's a financial issue. Governments talk about green growth. Investors discuss ESG. Companies promise carbon neutrality. But the real question is the capital truly flowing efficiently towards sustainable firms? The answer to it is not completely. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the problem. Today, ESG ratings are inconsistent, which means that different agencies give different scores to the same company. Number 2, climate risks are often underpriced. 3, traditional financial models are linear and too simple. As a result, capital allocation is insufficient. There is a gap between sustainability goals and financial reality. Next slide, please. So our objective was very clear. First, can AI improve sustainable finance? Number 2, can better capital allocation support economic transformation? To answer this, we simply compared traditional regression models with machine learning models such as random forest, gradient boosting, and neural networks. Next slide, please. We evaluated these models using predictive accuracy measures such as R-squared and mean squared error. Then we constructed 3 portfolios. First, a market portfolio, an ESG screen portfolio, and third, an AI-optimized sustainable portfolio. Next slide, please. The next one. As shown in this comparison graph, AI-based models clearly outperform the traditional regression models. They capture complex. Remember that we discussed that traditional financial models are not capable enough to capture the complexities. They are too simple and linear. But these AI-based models capture complex, non-linear relationships between financial performance and environmental risks. In simple terms, we can say that AI understands sustainability risk better. Next slide, please. Our solution is an AI-driven financial framework. It uses machine learning for three important tasks. Number one, ESG prediction. Number two, non-linear climate risk modeling. And three, an AI-optimized portfolio allocation. The result is smarter and more efficient capital distribution towards the sustainable firm. Next one, please. Now, this is the most important part. We know that finance drives economic growth, right? And if AI improves the risk measurement, capital flows more efficiently to the sustainable firms. And when these firms get lower cost of capital, green industries expand. And when green industries expand, this means that the economy transforms structurally. So the impact goes beyond portfolio returns, therefore supporting long-term economic transformation. Next slide, please. To conclude, I'd simply say that our research shows that artificial intelligence strengthens sustainable finance by three important steps. Number one, improving the prediction. Number two, optimizing portfolios. And number three, enhancing climate resilience. And when finance becomes smarter, sustainability becomes scalable. Thank you.
Thank you, Shagunpreet, for giving your views on AI sustainable finance. The next presenter is Dr. Palvinder Kaur Ratan Lakshmi on role of AI in sustainable economic transformation of India.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ratan Lakshmi. I am a research scholar, Punjab University, Patiala. Today I am going to present my paper on the role of AI in sustainable economic transformation of India. First slide, please. India faces dual challenges of rapid economic growth and environmental sustainability with a population of 1.4 billion. With increasing urbanization rates, sustainable development requires innovative solutions to balance economic progress with ecological preservation. So why AI is the answer? AI can be used for resource optimization. It can be used for green footprints, that is reducing emission through smart grids and intelligent transport. Also for inclusive growth, we can use AI. So as a prediction done by NASSCOM, new jobs are by 2025, new jobs that are predicted as 4 lakhs, and by a PwC analysis, potential jobs by 2025-35 are predicted to be 9 million. As projected by McKinsey Global Institute, the economic impact of AI on India by 2035 is going to be projected to be $15.7 trillion in dollars. Next slide, please. So there are some key. Next slide. So there are some key sectors, that is agriculture and manufacturing. For agriculture sector, AI can be used in a very better way. The aerial data captured by drones can be used to assess crops and detect diseases. Early detection can prevent these diseases from affecting crops to a significant extent. This data can also be used in precision farming, working out the precise optimal amount of fertilizer, irrigation, and pesticide. Hence, key outcome of AI for agricultural sector can lead to increased sustainable livelihood opportunities via increasing yields. For manufacturing sector, AI can also play a very important role via machine learning, which can result in demand forecasting and automation of certain supply chain tasks, such as inventory management, optimizing delivery routes, etc. AI can also be used for defect detection long time before they occur. So another application of AI is smart grids. Smart grids are electricity networks that use digital technologies, sensors and softwares to better match electricity supply demand in real time, minimizing transmission losses and integrated renewables. Hence, it will lead to reduced waste by key outcome is that is reducing T&D losses, that is transmission and distribution losses. Next slide, please. AI can also lead to enhance customers' experience and increase in trust in service sector, that is banking, services and healthcare also. For services, banking security advice, for example, AI-driven fraud detection builds trust, while automated robot advisors optimize investment decision for customers. Even tailored recommendations based on buying behavior enhance shopping experience for detailed personalization.
Can we come to the main findings of your paper?
Yes, please. Last one, conclusion. No, yeah. Since we can say that AI is better used for many sectors like agriculture, industry, in service sector, and so on and so forth. The conclusion is that AI has a transformation potential that is for productivity and growth. It is catalyst for economic expansion and poised to contribute significant to India's 5 trillion economy goal. It is also helpful for green development, that is optimized resource use in agriculture and in energy sectors, drivers India's transition to sustainable low carbon economy. For also inclusive services to bridge the gap between urban and rural areas, it is also very helpful in education, in other sectors as well. So strategic priorities, it should be ethical. So it established robust framework for data privacy, algorithm fairness and transparency. Equitable access should be there. There should be no digital divide between urban and rural area. Robust infrastructure, invest in high quality data systems. There is need to invest in high quality data systems, of course. Connectivity and compute capacity to scale solutions. So the way forward, this is not visible to you, the way forward, stakeholder collaboration, there should be public, private, academia as well. They should collaborate with each other as a stakeholder so that we can come to a future where AI can be proven to be a good, asset to our economy as well. Thank you.
Yes, madam. In which subject you are doing your research?
Actually, sir, mine is agriculture productivity, poverty and nutrition security.
You are doing doctorate?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a survey paper or this is systematic?
Sir, it is a review literature. My methodology is not empirical based data. It is just,
Is there a list of references you have?
Yes, I have not shown on the slide, but in my paper it has.
Okay, the only suggestion is, as you attended the first session, they mentioned the journals.
Okay, sure.
Which are supporting this particular conference.
Yes, I forget to, sorry.
See the standard or the way they are looking at the articles, because if you write and send it to those journals, I think it's quite useful. I hope you will see those structures or standards of that journal and try to make it, it's a better paper, but try to make it much better.
Okay, sure.
Because as you are doing doctorate, I think your intent is to publish it in some reputed journal. So that way, I think while presenting a paper by a research scholar, it should see, there must be some difference between an article and presentation.
Yes.
So references are the key thing, which you should include.
That is in my paper, but I forget to.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks. Our next presentation is by Angela on AI-Augmented green bond market and sustainable economic transformation in economies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present. My name is Angela, an international scholar from Guru Gobind University. I'm here to represent a review paper on AI-Augmented green bond market and sustainable economy transformation, focusing on microeconomic leakage, financial dipping, and energy transition dynamic. Our research examined a critical question at the intersection of sustainable finance, AI, and microeconomic transformation. The question is, can AI-Augmented green bonds market function and structure engine for energy transition and long-term economic transformation? Green bond has grown rapidly over the past decade. They provide a level financial channel directly to capital towards environmental eligible projects. However, most of the research evaluates them as the micro level, focusing on the firm performance, yield spread, and short-term market reaction. What remains unexplored is the macro transmission mechanism. We do not fully understand how green green bonds market influence financial deepening, capital allocation and efficiency, renewable deployment structure change, and unlimited economic growth. At the same time, AI is reshaping financial intermediation. AI improve ESG data, forcing risk analytic and picking surveys from predicted models. Integration in sustainable finance has not been systematic through a macro level, where our research can bridge this gap. Using Prisma Guide, systematic review covering the period of 2008 to 2005, we developed an integral 5-block module framework that explains how policy credit, AI applicants, and market mechanism integrate the produce of real markets. Block number 1, credible policy and institutional environment. A clear taxonomy and mandated disclosure, independent variables, and enforced reduce ambiguous and greenwashing. Block 2, AI acts as information engine. It enhances ESG, signal processing, detects some anomalously, improves price accuracy, and reduce information asymmetry. 3 and 4, improving information. Block 3 and 4, improve information quality, strength, green bonds market efficiency, greater transparency, liquidity, and probability. While Block 4, efficient market depends on financial intermediation, capital allocation, becomes more prices and less costly. The last block, Block 5, financial deepening drives real economy transformation through two linkage challenge: sustainable allocation, sustainable capital allocation, and accelerated energy transition. When this mechanism align, the output extended beyond environmental gains. We observe a strong innovation, structural reallocation towards green sectors, reducing emission intensity and improve financial reliance. However, the framework also recognizes the trade-offs. AI increases electricity demand. If the digital finance infrastructure relies on carbon-intense energy, it risks undermining its sustainable objective. Therefore, technology governance becomes central. Next. The key insight is green bond alone is insufficient. AI alone is insufficient. Policy alone is also insufficient. Sustainable macro transformation emerge only when institutional credibility, AI enable, monitoring, and marketing design are mutually reinforced. Next. The research contributes by moving the debate beyond isolated instruments towards a sustained level understanding of sustainable finance. In short, we can say that green bond markets, when augmented by AI intelligence and acknowledged into credible regulations, can evolve from financial tools into sustainable, directly intermediate mechanism capable of shaping long-term economic transformation. Next. Next. We can conclude by saying that AI insight, true sustainable is not distinct but state of constant adaptation. The most successful economies of 2026 are the treating environment constraint as an engine for the innovation rather than a cost of doing business. Thank you.
Angela, you have put a lot of effort in your SLR-based paper. I hope the other researchers are going to learn from your paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next presentation is Hardeep. Hardev Singh, Dr. Vikram, Dr. Sahil. AI adoption and its impact on sustainable agriculture, supply chain productivity. Anyone from the authors? Hardev Singh, Dr. Vikram Sandhu, Dr. Sahil Chauhan, Dr. Anju Thapa, Dheeraj Giri. Anyone? Okay, so meanwhile the next presentation is by Hina, Dr. Pavleen Soni, Lavleen Kaur and Rajendra Kaur on cause-related marketing and the Sustainable Development Goals. Please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hina Banotra, under the supervision of Dr. Pavleen Soni, here to give the presentation on the topic of cause-related marketing and the sustainable development goals towards an integrated model of inclusive sustainability. Next slide, please. First, we have to get the knowledge of cause-related marketing. Cause-related marketing is a marketing strategy where company donates a specific amount to a social cause when customers purchase their products. It is the element of corporate social responsibility. It is the win-win strategy where companies increase sales and brand image, NGOs receive funding and awareness, society benefits from the social development. Next, these are the types of cause-related marketing. Next, this slide shows the increasing extensions of cause-related marketing in India over the last 20 years. Here, 177 plus campaign implemented, and these are the campaigns boost competitive advantage, market access, and Gen Z's consumer prioritize purpose-driving brands. It is included from these slides. Next slide. These are the alignment where as United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for the global sustainable development. There are the examples that companies like Lifebuoy, whose campaign is Help a Child Reach 5, dealing with SDG 3, ITC company dealing with SDG 4, and Whisper Touch the Pickle SDG 5 is dealing here. Next. These are the literature review of my study. Next. From the literature review, I get to know about the research gap of my study. Most research on cause-related marketing focus on Western marketing, with limited understanding of how cultural and institutional difference shapes consumer responses in regional like South Asia, Latin America, and Africa. The next graph is that SDG 14 and 15 and 16, there is a minimal focus on these SDGs. Next, on the basis of research gap, this is my objective of my study. The objective of the study is to understand how companies use cause-related marketing to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. It also aims to identify which SDGs are less focused on and need more attention in future campaigns. Next. This is the methodology of my study. The study uses qualitative literature review approaches, and we get the data from corporate report, case studies, UNA document from 1988 to 2025 data. Next. These are the list of the Indian company. Here. These are the list of company who's doing SDGs and cause-related marketing, which are dealing with SDGs, like PNG Shiksha campaign dealing with SDG 4, Tata Tea company dealing with SDG 16.
The final.
Okay. Next, and thank you. These are the conclusion.
Little suggestions, not as other thing. Okay. Since morning, you have heard a lot of renowned or global scientists in your area. First point which I want to say politely is that presentation slides, because you are doing research as a PhD scholar. So we should have minimum text over it. It should be very interactive, number one. Number two is you are referring to some data. Of course, you have started your research. How you test the authenticity of data, that this is authentic data?
Sir, I actually take the data from UNA documents and their data, and I will take the data.
I think with your guide you can check.
Okay,
Authenticity is important.
Okay, sir.
And I think the literature review, which would be your first chapter in the thesis, like your previous presenter, she did a systematic review and with the good references, talking about that which particular period we are reviewing the literature. As in that slide, it was from like 20 years till 2025. I think the most latest papers, research papers. So review should be proper standard and data should be authentic. Rest is okay. All the rest with time.
Thank you, sir. The next one is Navneet Kaur and Dr. Rekha Handa, AI readiness in Indian banks, effect of AI on bank